What's up, gang? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Hope everybody is well. Hope everybody's well. If you're here, say hi in the chat. We're doing different music. I got sick of the jazz. What I really wanted to listen to, music is too loud. Okay, I'll turn the music down. 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 Love the hair. Dude, okay. I'm going to grow this until I'm hitting the Johnny Depp, dude. The 90s Johnny Depp. Tell me I don't have the face structure to rock the 90s Johnny Depp. All right, I turned the music down. Hopefully that's better. Ohio internet still stutters. I don't know about that. Hey, yo, chat. Hey, yo, chat. This is what we're going to rock to. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to this right here. Oh, I messed up my scenes. I was screwing around with the scenes. But we're going to get to this right here. We're working towards this. We're working towards this. I have dual output on. I don't know if it's working or not, but I have dual output on. So theoretically, YouTube is streaming. YouTube is streaming to YouTube Shorts as well. So we're gonna get to this. We gotta probably another 4 or 5 inches to go till we're there, but that's what we're shooting for right there. Is that 90s Johnny Depp? So I hope everybody's well, though. I hope you're all well. I am Despicable Me Vector, bro. I hate you guys. I hate you. You guys are the worst. You're so mean to me for no reason. We got some fun stuff tonight, though, gang. We got some fun stuff tonight. The music is loud in my ears, though. So let's just turn that down a little bit. I cannot fact check. It will not be turned down in my ears. I'm just gonna have to. Okay, there we go. Ooh, that's better. All right, there we go. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Tonight's gonna be a good stream. Just hopped out of the shower. I did this on purpose to the hair, boys. I did this on purpose to the hair. All right. It's 90s Johnny Depp. It's not long enough for it yet, but it's pretty good. No, it's fully dry. It is fully dry. We got a little bit more length to get to. You know what I'm saying? But we'll get there. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm gonna shoot for this. Johnny Depp 21 Jump Street is all. Maybe that's another one. I mean, that's a little more put together. We're going for a little more texture. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing good tonight. I hope you're doing well. If you're here in the chat, say hi. So far, we've got Nick Prohl, Michael Schmidt, Barflug Narvin, and that's it. So I hope everybody's doing well. I know people are probably out for Valentine's Day. So if you're here, that means that you're hopelessly single. Thoughts on the Bondi hearing? We are not watching that tonight. My thoughts on that Bondi hearing were that it was a cluster. We're going to watch the much more interesting and much more civil hearing that happened this week. You just got home from your date? Okay. How'd the date go? I did not have a date. So there's that. Shout out to Restore Britain. I thought about we'll look at that if we get time late tonight. But tonight we're gonna read this article, the 7-page article from. We're gonna read not the 7-page article, the article from the New York Times on the 7 pages they just found. Not speed reader. I don't want to use speed reader. Why is reader mode not working? That sucks. Anyway, I'll have to get reader mode working. But we're gonna read this this article from the New York Times on the 7 pages of unsealed Watergate documents. That came out the day after we streamed last week. Rivka, how you doing? Went out with your fiance? Well, you know. So, Haymar's here. What's up, Haymar? Holy White Crow. Thank you. Thank you. You went to jail? What? All right, well, that's a... You went to jail? That's crazy. That's insane, dude. So we'll get through... We'll do this Nixon article. We will have a little downtime. We'll react to this. Talk about this video.
And support my belief.
Of the fat kid punching a guy in his high school for saying that he likes ice. That liberals are now like super into for some reason. And then we're gonna watch the Rubio Munich Security Conference speech, which now Munich Security Conference has you can stream in 2 different orientation modes at the same time. I'm so Gen X with this witchcraft. Yeah, Streamlabs just added this, so I need to tell Boss Man, my new boss, about this. But yeah, Streamlabs just added this. I think there's an OBS plugin for this, which I will actually hold on real quick while I'm thinking about it. Gotta text the bots. There we go. Text to the boss is sent. This sounds like fighting game music with the jazz. This is, I think what this is 80s city pop. I think it's AI made because it doesn't have any copyright on it. What I really wanted to play, and Drew and Kyle told me not to because I should not just eat a copyright claim for it. But here you go. I'll play the first 2 seconds of it. We'll see if hopefully we don't get in trouble for it. But here you go. There you go. If you know what that is, then you know what that is. If you don't, then you don't. Do you? Or maybe this one. I'll play 2 seconds of this one. You might know this one. Dot fly in the sky. You didn't hear anything. Can't hear anything. That's right. I changed the audio settings so they come directly from the apps. Forgive me. I will have to go to here. Okay, hold on. Ah, crap. Hold on. All right, I got to get ready to pause this. This is going to be a little bit quicker than Pigeons Playing Ping Pong, Gucci Coffee Struck. No, does it? I don't know. That would actually, they might be the kind of band that doesn't do copyright strikes. Okay, here we go. I'm going to play the first 2 seconds of this song, and you'll either know it or you won't. By the way, I see you, Richard. Thank you so much for being here, Declu. I appreciate you. You're a good guy. 07's in the chat. Everyone 07's in the chat for Declu. Dun, 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 dun. That's probably too much, but dun, dun, dun. If you guys know that one, you know that one. Or this one. Fly in the sky. Anyway, I've been on a city pop kick recently, dude. 80s city pop. 80s city pop. You know what I mean? Actually, but Stay With Me came out in 79. What is an 07? 07 looks like a salute, right? Looks like a little guy doing a salute. This playlist is a little too fast and a little too upbeat to be 80s city pop. But you take what you can get. So dun, 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 dun. Maybe this playlist. We'll try this playlist. This playlist has got the vibe I'm looking for a little better, actually. This playlist has that vibe. So, yeah, and then, so we're going to watch Secretary Rubio's speech at the Munich Security Conference, which gets a new logo every year, and this year it looks like a really shitty AI firm. And then, no, we're not going to watch the Bondi thing. I know a lot of you would like me to watch the Bondi thing, but it was a cluster. Pointless and lame. So what we're actually going to be watching, and we're not going to watch all of this because there's actually 4 guys in this hearing. This is 4 different guys, confirmation hearings in front of Senate Subcommittee on Foreign Relations. But this guy right here is Jeremy Carl, and he is goated. We love this guy. I want you to write this down, all right? Everyone in chat, all 7 of you, all right? You should Karen to Manhattan by Eric Johnson. Listen to Manhattan by Eric Johnson. Okay, not live. Put it in the Discord. I'll listen to it later. I want you guys to all call your senators, both of them, and say, vote yes on Jeremy Carl. This guy rocks, okay? This guy is so cool. We love this guy, all right? I want everyone in the chat to know that you love this guy. This is unironically Trump's best nomination for any cabinet position, all right? And he's not cabinet level. He's like some sub-level position in the State Department. But this is Trump's best nomination, okay? He rocks. He rocks. So everyone call your senator. Everyone call your senator. This is not a joke. I'm not doing a bit. You need to call your senator and senators and tell them to vote yes on this guy. Yeah, so that's what we're doing tonight. We'll read the Nixon article. We'll watch Rubio. We'll talk about this thing that's happening where the left decides that this fat kid who just punches somebody for no reason is their hero now, and and then we'll get into some serious government happenings. That's the stream for the night, and I hope you all will enjoy it. With that being said, let's jump right into it. Let's jump in. Unless anybody has anything else important to say. Is there anything important? Does anybody in chat have anything important to say? Jacob Miller's here. What's up, Jacob Miller? Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate seeing you. So here we go. Here we go. Swahili Zone thing? Idaho Swahili Zone. Alright, what the heck does that mean? Oh. That's just the Mormons being weird. That's fine. They do that. Before we read the Nixon thing, let's get a dark mode reader plugin. Because I don't want to look at this super white bright screen in the dark, and also bright white screens mess up my lighting. There we go. Bright screens, bright screens mess up my, wash out my face in the lighting, so, yeah. Alright. What do you have? I don't have anything against the whites. I have something against a bright white screen shining into my eyeballs. You guys don't understand. The camera looks good, all right? The shot looks good. This shot looks good, okay? It is black everywhere else in this room. All the other lights in the house are out right now, apart from the lamp behind me for style and the light shining at me for camera. So if I turn on this white, you know, this computer screen, I can't, like, it hurts my eyes. Don't go to a barber from Haiti. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. So there you go. Nothing against anything except the fact that I don't like when my eyeballs hurt. So there's that. Playlist is way better. Go to here. We'll go to here. There we go. We'll go to there. Okay. Here we go. So, on July 1st, 1975, under gray skies, 2 Watergate prosecutors arrived in the office of White House counsel. Also present was the Deputy National Security Advisor, Air Force Lieutenant General Brent Scowcroft. They were gathered for a burial. The intended object was a 297-page transcript created the previous week when 8 members of the Watergate Special Prosecution Force, joined by a stenographer and 2 members of a federal grand jury, among others, interrogated Richard Nixon under oath near his home in San Clemente, California, over 2 days. The ex-president's grand jury testimony consumed 11 hours. Then came an interview by prosecutors, undisclosed until now, that lasted an additional 2 days. President Gerald Ford had pardoned Nixon for all his crimes he committed or might have committed in office, but the threat of perjury still hung over him. It was by all accounts the first time that any president had appeared before a grand jury, and the only time that Nixon testified in depth about Watergate. Okay, so a few things to note about this. first thing. You guys ready for this? Oh, you guys remember? You guys ready? A few things to note about this. Last week, we heard that this was a perjury trap. And, dude, it's so hard to write. It's so hard to write. Dude, what the flip? Jacob, working on finishing concrete floor tonight. Won't be able to hang out much. Love you guys. Be safe. Have fun. Fighting the good fight should be joyful. Yo, thank you so much, Jacob. We really appreciate you. 07's for Jacob. Let's make sure our alert box is moved here. Put that right there. That should be good. Okay. So, this is a perjury trap, right? So the idea here was to get Nixon to lie under oath so that they could charge him for something. That was what they wanted to do here. We're going to write a lot tonight, mostly because I need to practice, because it's so hard to write with this. I'm very not happy with it, but it is the best solution. We have workshopped some other solutions. None of them will work. Saturday night is for the Nixon stands. Happy Saturday, just tuning in. Thank you, Moonshiner Monk. 07's. 07's. Since early 1973, when the scandal morphed from a caper covered chiefly by newspapers into a televised national obsession, the dawn of saturation coverage, the nation had endured a cascade of headlines, resignations, hearings, trials, reports, memoirs, and archival releases. In the eyes of the prosecutors, the former president figured centrally in what was one termed, quote, organized criminal activity of the Nixon administration. The Ellsberg break-in, the Kissinger wiretaps, Jimmy Hoffa and the Teamsters cash, Howard Hughes and the casinos, the sale of ambassadorships, IRS abuses, CIA assassination plots. You guys see me mention this book a lot, but this book is really interesting because this is a longer book about Watergate and how it was kind of a it's titled it didn't start with Watergate, and it's basically about how all presidents have done what Nixon did. However, Nixon was uniquely hated by the media, which is something we learned. I've talked about a lot, extensively on stream. But here's a couple examples. Let me just read you. Here we go. Let me just read you a few things here. Someday when the passions aroused by Watergate begin to subside, and perhaps they have already begun to do so, objective historians may well begin to ask themselves just what all the furor was about. And this has become a matter of major concern for those who have never made any bones about their hatred of Richard M. Nixon. Thus, former Representative Jerome R. Waldy, the California Democrat who loudly participated in impeachment proceedings, thought that President Ford's pardon of the former president was, quote, a mistake in terms of timing because it denied history an element of truth, unquote. There you go. But, okay, further down. Precisely what is Nixon accused of doing, if he actually did it, that his predecessors didn't do just many times over? The break-in and the wiretapping at Watergate, just how different was that from the bugging of Barry Goldwater's apartment in 1964 presidential campaign? Granted, two wrongs don't make a right, but in law and politics, two wrongs can make a respectable precedent. And despite its well-publicized excess, Watergate had numerous, though less publicized, precedents. In previous administrations, tapping of phones under Nixon, why, that was a way of life under John F. Kennedy. The use of the Internal Revenue Service to harass political opponents. Why, one of the more fascinating things to come to light in Watergate's wake was the revelation that the Kennedy regime had subjected Nixon to annoying tax audits. This has also continued to be used by the modern Democrats. Obama did this, um, to pro-lifers. He continues, every effort was made, this is another quote further in, every effort was made to redress the American political balance leftward after its rightist drift. The aim of these partisans in nonpartisan clothing was retroactively to quote-unquote win the 1972 election. Further down, never before in the history of the Republic, has any man in high office or out been so thoroughly investigated as was Nixon. This is in 1977. Obviously, the Dawn has had much more. It's pretty funny to see more people go down this path. For years, I've used the joke, the older I get, the more I appreciate Richard Nixon. Yeah, Nixon did literally nothing wrong. Okay, and here's where I want to get to. Finally, after resisting a merciless campaign of hatred and ridicule, the likes of which had never before been leveled against any previous president, Nixon buckled. Unable to lead the nation at the time of burgeoning crises, some of which were the direct result of his weakened presidency, he resigned, the first chief executive in the nation's history to do so. The predominantly liberal media had helped bring down a president. The Fourth Estate had never felt so powerful before. So, there you go, right? So the idea here is that until Watergate, what Watergate did effectively what happened in Watergate was that the media was established as a pseudo oversight wing and a fourth branch of government, which obviously still is the situation we're in today. So this is why a lot of this is happening. This is why this is really important stuff. Hello? I think this is good. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, we're fine. Near the end of Nixon's second and final day on the stand, the examination strayed into a subject that wasn't listed on the agenda. Right? This is clearly, when this happens, and then we already know they're trying to get him to perjure himself, this is clearly designed to get him to perjure himself. This prompted Nixon to admonish his interrogator, I would strongly urge the special prosecutor, don't open that can of worms. I just realized something. I didn't post in the stream in the Discord. Hold on, I need to post the stream in the Discord. And I need to post it on Twitter. All right. The four men gathered in the White House that July recognized that the document they held was a roadmap to the darkest precincts of the Cold War. In sworn testimony, the nation's only living ex-president at the time explored from his lonely perspective the entwined subjects of war, peace, power and money, scandals and secrets. Proper procedures required secrecy. The officials went beyond that. The transcript was placed under the proactive seal of the grand jury and ordered withheld even from top officials at the Justice Department. In the White House counsel's office, Scowcroft determined that one 7-page segment focused on the very subject that Nixon had warned about was so incendiary that it needed to be withheld even from the rest of the grand jury. According to a previously unpublished memo by Watergate prosecutor Peter Kreindler, who was present, Scowcroft stamped classified on each of the 7 pages. Kreindler placed them in an envelope and stapled to its front a judicial order sealing the contents. Scowcroft placed that package in another White House envelope, sealed it, dated it, and scrawled, "Do not touch, to be opened only by Brent Scowcroft." Not until 2011, 36 years after Nixon's testimony and 17 years after his death, did the National Archives release the grand jury transcripts. They released Nixon's grand jury testimony. They did not release all the grand jury transcripts. Let's just be clear about this. They released Nixon's testimony, not all of the grand jury transcripts. So, let's just be extra clear about that. A few journalists, including me, reported on it, but a vast majority of the contents were ignored, and the 7 pages remained withheld until now. In the avalanche of official disclosures that defined the 1970s, what remained so sensitive that even the special prosecutors wouldn't touch it? The answer fills an important gap in the record of the Nixon era, and it carries a significance for our own. The classified portion of the grand jury transcript obtained by Times Opinion bears directly on allegations by President Trump and his supporters about the existence of what was once called the permanent bureaucracy, better today known as the deep state. Seated in a small Coast Guard station in June 1975, Nixon proved to a team of federal prosecutors and grand jurors not only that such a beast existed, but also that he, guilty as he was in Watergate, had been its victim. What's up, Spinicus? How you doing? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this deposition proceedings, the judge asked, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, the witness replied. Administering the oath to Nixon at 9 a.m. on June 23, 1975, was the Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California. To avoid attention, the special prosecutors, the grand jurors, and the stenographer had spent the night near San Diego and had driven to the former Western White House. Sir, began Harry Ruth, the head of the Watergate Special Prosecution Force. It was a sly snub, a refusal to show Nixon the deference of addressing him as Mr. President. Ruth delivered a rehearsed opening statement that ended with a reminder of potential consequences of false statements. Yes, I understand everything that you've said, Mr. Ruth, Nixon said. Needless to say, I am here, and as I indicated in taking the oath, to make true statements, and while of course I suppose it is your obligation to warn witnesses, I did not feel that it was particularly necessary for you to warn me. Even in disgrace, facing 8 prosecutors armed to the teeth with documents and tapes, Nixon, the only politician besides Franklin Roosevelt and the only Republican to win on a national ticket 5 times, projected an aura of power. 50 years ago, the information age had already arrived. The Senate Watergate Committee publicized its use of computers for data storage and the retrieval. The TV networks broadcast hearings via satellite and print outlets, including the Times, rushed out paperbacks collecting the hearings, documents and transcripts. Congress created the Pike and the Church Committees, precursors to today's intelligence panels, to process all the documents tumbling out of the FBI and the CIA. As a result, the tower of exposed skeletons from the closet of the previous 6 White Houses was stacked high. Nixon was not going to allow his singular sacrifice on the altar of all that without the record reflecting this long lineage of presidential misconduct. Watergate had not arisen in a vacuum, nor was it in an era of assassinations and secret drug tests, the worst of abuses. Stressing the importance of confidentiality in both the Oval Office and the current proceedings, Nixon reminded his listeners that not so long ago he was the leader of the free world. Quote, only if there is an absolute guarantee that there will not be disclosure of what I say, he testified. I will reveal for the first time information with regard to why wiretaps were proposed, information if it is made public, will be terribly damaging to the United States. Pause the music. I'm having trouble reading. 5 topics were to be explored, including the infamous 18-and-a-half-minute gap discovered on the White House tapes. What's up, Happy? How you doing? As the second session wound down, another prosecutor, Jay Horowitz, opened a surprise line of questioning. He said he needed to broach this other electronic surveillance project, which I will dub the Radford Project, promising to ask only a few questions. The prosecutor said that the project included surveillance of a number of people, among them Yeoman Radford, from December 1971 to June 1972. Who was Yeoman Radford? Among all the era scandals, what made his case virtually unknown today the most sensitive of all? Nixon recalled it vividly. This project was the most highly sensitive that we had while I was president. I understand that, Horowitz replied, and I understand. Nixon cut him off. Apparently the framing was too important to be left to this kid. I'm going to describe the project, the ex-president declared. All right. Yeoman Radford. He was surveilled from, thank you. The cursive is not great, but I was told nerds needed to come hang out, so I'm here. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate you being here. Surveilled. It's not good cursive, but that's because this is really hard to write with and we're learning. From December 71 to June 72. There we go. All right. War between India and Pakistan broke out on December 3rd, 1971. The White House convened the Washington Special Action Group, an elite cell of the National Security Council. This was a regional Cold War issue, General Alexander Haig, deputy to Henry Kissinger, told the NSC. Henry Kissinger at the NSC told me in 2000, we had firm evidence that the Russians and the Indians were colluding against Pakistan. Indeed, the Kremlin and India signed a strategic treaty that summer. Beyond wishing to check Soviet aggression, Nixon distrusted Prime Minister Indira Gandhi of India. He also had a reason to support the Pakistani president Yahya Khan. Despite his abysmal human rights record, Islamabad had hosted Nixon's back-channel diplomacy that he had led in 1972 to a historic visit in China, the president's foreign policy masterstroke. Publicly, however, the U.S. remained neutral. I got quieter than earlier. That's because the mic's not as close. Sorry. I have to it's a hand mic, so I have to talk into it right here. Hopefully that's better. I'm getting hell every half hour from the president that we are not being tough enough on India, Kissinger told the NSC group on December 3rd. He does not believe that we are carrying out his wishes. He wants to tilt in favor of Pakistan. Without consulting the Navy, Nixon ordered a task force led by the nuclear carrier Enterprise to the Bay of Bengal. All this and more surfaced 11 days later when the investigative reporter Jack Anderson published excerpts from top secret memorandums and, more alarming, minutes taken at the NSC meetings. It would win him a Pulitzer. With their timely contradiction of official narrative, observed Theodore H. White, Anderson's columns, quote, stripped bare the essential privacy of the national security planners as never before. The task of determining how Anderson had obtained the material fell to the White House plumbers, a secret unit formed in June 71 to plug news leaks. It didn't take long for the investigation to zero in on 28-year-old Navy Yeoman First Class Charles Radford. Radford enlisted in the Navy in 1976. Okay, 28 years old, Navy First Class. Dude, it's so hard to write with this thing. Navy Yeoman First Class. Skinny and mustachioed, he possessed a gift for, quote, disarming people and collecting information, according to Silent Coup, a groundbreaking book about the Watergate scandal. Stationed at the U.S. Embassy in New Delhi, he had grown passionate about India. He began working at the Pentagon and the White House in 1970 as a stenographer, typist, and courier. He was like Anderson, a Mormon. The Radfords and Andersons had grown friendly after meeting at church. Courier? Is it courier? Courier? I think it's courier. Is it not courier? Oh, courier, like as in India. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, it's so hard. This is so difficult. In the old executive office building, Radford worked for the liaison office that connected the Pentagon's senior military brass. The Joint Chiefs of Staff to the NSC, his superiors, included a pair of admirals who reported directly to Admiral Thomas Moorer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a 59-year-old anchor conservative from Alabama and highly decorated former naval aviator. As the Vietnam War worsened, Moorer complained publicly that the country's civilian leaders paid only lip service to the needs of frontline troops. Shortly after Nixon selected him as the chairman, Moorer expressed dismay at America's trajectory. As I passed into what one might call the twilight of my career, he wrote for Navy publication in 1970, I often wonder if everything my generation has attempted to do has been worth the effort. From their fortress across the Potomac, the Joint Chiefs watched a problem grow under President John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson and become acute under Nixon. The exclusion of the president's military advisors from policymaking. Worse, their exclusion served to advance policies they abhorred, including rapprochement with Soviet Union and China, and budget cuts that left military spending at its lowest level as a percent of federal outlays since 1950. I'm 2.5 minutes behind. Have you heard of Daniel Sheenan's several long lectures that end up connecting JFK's assassination to Watergate's? If so, thoughts, crazy, or in the know? Um, I have not seen them. I think just based on what I know about that, it is actually probably relatively plausible. The Not a lot of people realize that most of the burglars had CIA connections. Most of the guys who actually broke into the Watergate Hotel in DC had CIA connections. So, um, yeah, that seems plausible. I haven't seen it, so I don't know what exact connection he's making. But yeah, Nixon, for his part, held the Pentagon brass in low regard. The military, they're a bunch of greedy bastards, the commander in chief railed on an April 1971 tape. They want more officers' clubs. They want more men to shine their shoes. The sons of bitches are not interested in this country. Into this cauldron of Cold War paranoia stepped the easygoing Radford, who the FBI later determined had been brought to Washington by Moore. Dutifully, he followed the Admiral's instructions to gather intelligence on the NSC. Any documents he touched, he copied. He dived into the wastebaskets and burned bags. What he couldn't copy, he memorized. He also recruited to assist him a Navy personnelman second class from Texas who managed the NSC mailroom at night. If 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 it became available, I took it, Radford told the authors of Silent Coup. I made a career out of it. Every day, constantly, every minute. It was coming in so fast that they couldn't digest it. They were so delighted to have the data. Each time I came back, they were even more delighted. So he was illegally... crap. Illegally copying and reproducing and what the heck? Why can't I suddenly not? There we go. It's illegally copying and reproducing documents. Buchanan wrote about this in White House Wars. I remember this story, but I haven't heard this perspective before. It's pretty interesting. Second, selected to accompany Haig on trips to Vietnam and Cambodia, Radford deployed all his gifts for theft, including raiding the general's briefcase. According to Silent Coup, Radford turned over a huge government envelope overflowing with hundreds of pages of documents. Scholars have concluded that Haig, who maintained a strong allegiance to the Pentagon, tacitly encouraged Radford. Certainly, the general disapproved of Nixon's policies. Vietnamization. Haig told me in 2000, referring to Nixon's program of shifting the war's burdens to Saigon, was phony as a $2 bill. I considered it imprudent to remind the general that the Treasury had issued $2 bills on and off since 1862. The phrase is as queer as a $3 bill is what the phrase is. Haig, who died in 2010, denied any role in the spying but depicted it as routine. What kind of hanky-panky went on in the chairman's office with Tom Moore? That's not unusual, he said. Anybody that's grown up in the Pentagon knows the Army spies on the Navy and the Navy on the Air Force. He concluded they all spy on each other. In June 1971, having received superlative reviews from Haig, Radford was chosen to accompany Kissinger on a tour of Asian capitals. On a stopover in Pakistan, the accompanying members of the press were told falsely that Kissinger had fallen ill. In fact, he flew secretly to Beijing to finalize Nixon's trip. Don't get caught, warned Radford's direct supervisor, Admiral Robert Wellender. Go ahead of his departure. Ahead of his departure. Once again, the yeoman snatched every document within reach, including going through Kissinger's briefcase. Radford collected so much material that he enlisted a contact at the embassy in New Delhi to ship it back to the Pentagon via secure diplomatic pouch. 5 months later, with Jack Anderson's column sending shock waves across Washington, Radford found himself under virtual house arrest. On December 16th, he was summoned to the Pentagon, room 3E933, for questioning. He admitted that he knew Anderson but denied giving him documents. Strapped to a polygraph machine, Radford repeated his denial. The machine registered deception. Officials told the FBI the test indicated unaccounted for relations with Anderson and, quote, a guilty knowledge of material being leaked to Anderson. Asked next if he had furnished classified material to any uncleared persons, Radford told the truth. When the polygraphs were followed up, Radford broke down crying. The examiner said he, quote, became emotionally distraught, unquote, and halted the test. Wires removed, he would say only that there was a sensitive operation he needed Wellender's approval to discuss. The investigation contacted Wellender, who, believing erroneously that Radford was being interrogated solely about Anderson, gave his blessing for the yeoman to tell all. Speaking for the first time about his year as an internal spy, Radford broke down repeatedly. The report said he confessed to feeling very guilty as stealing was contrary to his faith. Now, the plumbers understood. This was far bigger than leaks. We walked out thinking this was 7 days in May, recalled the lead Pentagon investigator, W. Donald Stewart. He was referring to a Cold War novel and film in which the military attempts unsuccessfully to overthrow a president who is pursuing peace with the Soviets. The Moore Radford affair, as the episode became known, constituted a unique constitutional crisis. Over 13 months in wartime, an enlisted man stole an estimated 5,000 documents, most of them classified, from the National Security Council and delivered them to the nation's top uniformed commanders. It was time to brief the president. As the helicopter's rotors atop Marine One ground to a halt, the commander-in-chief bounded across the South grounds and into the Oval Office. It was just before 6 p.m. on December 21st, 1971, and Nixon, fresh from his talks with British leaders in Bermuda, had only a few minutes before a trio of aides arrived for a rare evening session. First was Attorney General John Mitchell, the president's taciturn, pipe-smoking confidant. The closest thing Nixon had to a friend. This is false. The closest thing Nixon had to a friend was Patrick Buchanan, because he actually was his friend. Fake news. Fake news. You'll also remember John Mitchell. John Mitchell was the guy who initiated the Watergate cover-up. He was the guy who left the Attorney General's office to lead the CRP, the Committee to Re-elect the President, and went on to approve the CRP intelligence arm, which eventually committed the Watergate burglary. 2 minutes later came the White House Chief of Staff, H.R. Haldeman, the architect of modern White House operations, and Haldeman's close friend and fellow Christian scientist, John Ehrlichman. So this is the Berlin Wall, Haldeman and Ehrlichman. We talked about these guys last week. They were known as the Berlin Wall. Nobody could get to the president except through them. The Watergate oopsie poopsie. The Watergate, our bad. Sharp-tongued domestic policy czar who ran the plumbers. Heavy hitters only. All three served prison sentences after Watergate. Yeah, these were the three guys who went to prison for Watergate. Okay? These three guys, they were the ones who did it. Kissinger's exclusion was deliberate. Though he was a victim of the spying, the men considered him to be a part of the problem. Once, when Kissinger left a cabinet meeting, Nixon quipped, "There goes Henry," to call the Washington Post. So here's another fun thing. Here's another interesting little tidbit. And this is in Nixon's White House Wars by Buchanan. But the NSC briefing. So the president had a briefing book. I'm unsure if this is still done in some form in the age of the internet, but Nixon had what was called a briefing book. And the best way to think about a briefing book is that it would have been Nixon's personal newspaper. And so it would have just had the stories in there, rewritten and summarized by Buchanan and his team, because he was in charge of it. And then it also would have had likely questions that reporters would ask about it and how they should be answered as to best advance the president's agenda. Now, the National Security Council briefing needed to be a part of that so that Buchanan could have the information necessary from the NSC to put into the briefing book so that if there were foreign policy questions, he could, know what was going on. And Kissinger did not like Buchanan because Buchanan would summarize and take out parts of of the NSC briefing that he thought were unimportant. Right? The NSC part of the briefing book, Buchanan would edit that thing. He was like, "This isn't important. This is wrong. This is dumb. You didn't add this in." Like, Buchanan would edit the NSC briefing book, which was literally his job. He was supposed to be doing that. However, Kissinger didn't like that he was doing that. So Henry Kissinger would get the NSC briefing book on his desk, and then he would wait till it was too late to send it over to Patrick Buchanan so that Patrick Buchanan couldn't edit it, and he had to put it in its hole into Nixon's briefing book to send to the president. So what would happen is, and this is why, like, when people talk about the deep state, sometimes I think that they don't understand that certain aspects of the bureaucracy hating each other and acting against each other is sometimes necessary. So what happened is somebody at the NSC office who Buchanan was friends with, when he would give Kissinger the briefing book, he would also send it over to Patrick. He would also send it over to Buchanan so that Buchanan could edit it, and then he would wait until he got it from Kissinger and then send it to the president so he could say that he had edited it after he got it from Kissinger. However, he was getting it early, and they were working around Henry Kissinger. So this was Henry Kissinger was a known issue in the Nixon White House. He was annoying and stubborn in ways that were unhelpful to everyone, intentionally. He was intentionally unhelpful and annoying to everyone. He was very much an asshole to everyone all the time. The December 21st recording remained classified until 2000s. Its contents and those of the succeeding tapes were first disclosed publicly in my article, Nixon and the Chiefs, in The Atlantic in 2002. Reveling in his role, Ehrlichman outlined the facts. Under his supervisor's encouragement, Radford had, quote, systemically stolen documents out of Henry's briefcase, Haig's briefcase, people's desks, any place and every place in the NSC apparatus. Then had, quote, turned them over to the Joint Chiefs, unquote. Quote, he reads and retains everything that comes through, Ehrlichman continued. This guy was trained. He can tell you exactly the sequence in which he Xeroxed things. He moved to this room, to that room, the advisor said. He just has total recall, unquote. Nixon was astonished. Few presidents had faced such a brazen and illegal challenge. He called it, quote, a federal offense in the highest order, unquote. The president wondered aloud whether to wiretap Haig. In an ironic suggestion, since the general managed an earlier wiretapping program that targeted 17 NSC aides and newsmen, the others endorsed the idea, but it was never carried out. The president then turned to the human supervisors. Nixon was certainly certain the admirals had known Radford was raiding Haig's and Kissinger's briefcases. That is wrong, the president fumed. Do you agree? No question about it, Mitchell replied. It was, he said, as though the Joint Chiefs were, quote, robbing your desk, unquote. Nixon demanded that Moore be prosecuted. Mitchell reminded the commander in chief obliquely of all the secret operations he had going in Cambodia and elsewhere and the risks of exposure in any such trial. What had been done, said the Attorney General, instead, Mitchell proposed. What has been done, said the Attorney General. Instead, Mitchell proposed dissolving the liaison office where Radford worked and reassigning Wellender to Kokomo or Indiana or anywhere we want. Yo, we don't need to be catching strays. That's what the heck, man. Don't be throwing. We don't need strays. Radford would also be transferred far away and wiretapped, and a security officer was installed for the first time at the National Security Council. What's up, Purgative Way? I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for being here. As for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Attorney General proposed that he, quote, sit down with Tom Moore and convey the message that, quote, this ball game's over with. Nixon accepted all of Mitchell's recommendations. The next day, however, the president started to worry. Radford could, quote, be a, quote, a potential Ellsberg, unquote. Daniel Ellsberg, a former Defense Department official, had leaked to the Pentagon Papers to the Times. 3 months earlier, the plumbers burglarized the Los Angeles offices of Ellsberg's psychiatrist. So this is the thing that's in the Pentagon Papers, and the Ellsberg break-ins are the things that Buchanan talks about. This is a crazy story. We'll have to go over the Ellsberg. We'll have to go over the Pentagon Papers sometime, because this is where the media starts just getting, like, the Pentagon Papers are where, if you were living in that moment, are when an objective observer would start going, wait, the media might be way out of hand here. We might have a problem. These people might be the fucking worst. I think my chat is frozen. Also, I don't want to link my YouTube to my Discord, but I'm in there. Okay. Well, I appreciate you. That reminds me, if you guys appreciate the content, my lowest YouTube membership level is 99 cents a month. So if you guys want to support the content, want to support me being able to do more of this, and the work I put into prepping these streams and reading and doing, you're going to give me a membership in Discord. Let's see. Can I do that? The Purgative Way. Let me see. If you ping me after the stream, I will try to remember to do that. We'll see. I will try to figure out how to do that. I don't know if I can give you the YouTube membership role. I don't know if it's possible, but we'll try to figure that out. Hard to imagine a time when the media could be trusted. So true. It is hard to imagine that point. Anyway, as I was saying, if you guys appreciate this, appreciate the work I do, appreciate the 90s hair and 80s music, very stylish tonight. Thank you so much, Raymond. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's super kind of you. Christus Rex Ace. So true. But yeah, if you guys want to join us, like, even at lowest 99 cents a month to just support me, and actually, I know I kind of ramble. It seems like I haven't done a lot, but I do throughout the week. The idea for the streams, I guess I'll give you guys a little backstory. We'll take a quick pause here. But the idea for the streams is that I'm putting all the effort and the time that's being put into these streams is not prepping a script or anything. I'm doing all the background research so that I can come in and do a off the cuff freewheeling conversation with you guys in the chat. That's why I try to answer all the chat messages. So, last week I read a whole book on Saturday so we could talk about Nixon since it was a slow news week. This week I've been reworking through Patrick Buchanan's Nixon's White House Wars. The next one I'm going to be reading. I'm going to be finishing this. If you'll notice, there's only tabs so far. It's because I didn't get very far the first time. But I'm going to be finishing this one. So I just want to, I'm trying to bring you guys something valuable that's not just a newscast. The idea I have basically is that I don't, and we talked about this a little bit in the Discord this week. But I don't think that we need any more news coverage. I really don't. I really think what we need to be doing right now is I'm trying to do a different kind of thing with this content. I'm not trying to be super entertaining and not trying to give you guys news updates. I'm trying to teach you guys what's going on and teach you guys what has happened in the past in a way that makes you more able to engage in the political process and your society. And like that really affects your lives, so that the little ways you live your life, the little ways you engage with government, they all add up over time and we can create a better society that way. I really don't think that talking about news or just like ranting about things everybody agrees on is super helpful, for me at least to be doing. And so I'm trying to combat, basically I'm trying to create an anti-conspiracy. So the idea here is that the way conspiracies happen, the way conspiracy theories happen, the way things like, the media all agreeing on Watergate or the Russiagate hoaxes or the Somali cover-ups or the George Floyd riots, the way these things happen is not necessarily that a bunch of people get in a room and all decide to agree on something and behave in a certain way. That's not what we're doing. That's not what they're doing, right? What's really going on is that politics is in its very core, especially on the cultural level and when happening at the scale of the United States, is a physical manifestation of spiritual war in a way that most people don't seem to understand or even try to comprehend. And so what's going on is you have a bunch of people who are tempted to do things that they don't see the overlapping of, right? Joe does something and Steven does something and Billy does something, and those three interactions create an overlap in a situation which was unforeseen by them. They didn't see it coming. They couldn't have seen it coming. But what's really interesting, what's way more interesting, is that what ends up happening is that those overlap and create a situation and a world in which something that was the actual goal of the one who tempted them to all act in that way wanted, right? And that's how conspiracies happen. You don't need people meeting. You don't need any of this stuff. It's all spiritual war. And because the devil is smarter than you, and the devil's smarter than all of us, and if he can get 5 people to do bad things that they don't see the interactions of, but maybe those 5 bad things create a 6th bad thing that was the devil's actual goal, and so the reason I'm ranting and explaining this is because that's how I see politics. That's how I see bad things happening on a societal and cultural scale. And I want my content to be about you guys acting in a way that's different, acting and interacting with politics and your government in a way that's different because you watch my content. And maybe you guys don't see how all your different interactions add up, but it'll add up to something better. And right now I've only got 6 people watching. Most weeks we get to 20. Feeling a little discouraged tonight, but that's fine. Whatever. It's probably just people out for Valentine's Day. It's fine. But if we get to 100 or or 200 people, or we get to 1,000 people who watch every week, right? Even just 1,000 people who watch every week. What if we got to 1,000 people who watch every week, and normally every week I have one thing that I give you a call to action on, right? Let's say every week, most weeks I give you a call to action on one thing. This week it was call your senators, tell them, hey, confirm Jeremy Carl. But what if it starts being like, I give you calls to action on different things, right? I tell you to think about the Epstein files differently. We try to do that, right? We talk about Nixon a lot. We talk about Watergate a lot. But what if you start the next time a big mass hysteria about some government conspiracy starts happening? What if there's 1,000 people in the world who don't freak out in the same way? What if there's 1,000 people in the world who go, wait, I understand how and why this happens? What if there's 1,000 more people in the country who do that? What if there's 1,000 more people in the world who do that? That's what I want. And I'll do it every week to 6 people because I love it. I do enjoy this. I like talking about Nixon. And you guys in the chat, you can talk as much as you want. I know one of you said, I'm sorry I interrupted. You can talk as much as you want in the chat. I like talking to you guys. I enjoy this. It's fun. But the end goal is that I want there to be a bunch of people who understand how and why things happen in government, things happen in politics, things happen in the culture, things happen in sociologically, in society. I want there to be a bunch of people who think differently about those things, who think the way I think about those things. Because shocker, and this is gonna surprise some people, I think the way that I think about politics is correct. You got me, right? But I would like there to be more people who think about politics the way I do. And so I want to bring that to you guys. That's what I'm trying to do. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that I've changed your mind on a few things. Please don't. It is my Sunday, and the wife and I went to an earlier mass. Most times I'm at mass when you're streaming, but I appreciate your takes and your book recommendations. Stay strong. Thank you so much, Purgatory. I really appreciate you. Thank you. I really appreciate hearing that. That's such a nice thing to say. And I appreciate that married guys watch the 27-year-old single guy rant about obscure 1970s politics. And that's why we do the history stuff too. That's why we talk about, check out the Raise the Dead podcast from Justin Robert Young. It ran for one season and dealt with the JFK Nixon election and how it pertains to today. I will check that out. That sounds really interesting. Thank you for the $5, Shane. I really appreciate that donation. That's super kind of you. And we're going to talk about the JFK Nixon election eventually because there's some interesting stuff, actually. Kennedy and the Chicago Democrat political machine did steal that election, by the way. Nixon did win the 1960 presidential election. He was right to be paranoid. Nixon was paranoid his whole life because he got fucked over by shadowy cabals a bunch. I mean, like, that's just what happened. Part of the reason I'm so obsessed with Nixon, and I tried to get you guys to pay attention to Nixon, is because Nixon and the Nixon administration and Nixon's life from like all the way back in his congressional and then Senate and the House on the Un-American Activities Committee, all the way through him resigning and a little after in the Watergate prosecutions and stuff. All of that is happening today. And it happened to Nixon, and then America didn't want to hear about that anymore. We wanted to pretend that our politics was pure and good. And so we did. We just pretended that it was, even what happened to Clinton, we just kind of looked the other way when the Monica Lewinsky thing happened. We were just kind of like, well, as a dude who got his willy wet, Slick Willy, got a little slick, right? And so overall, then we just elected Bush, and we were like, we got decency back in the White House. Fine, moving on. But that's never been the case. Everything you think about the Nixon White House, all the intrigue, all the internal spying, like the Ellsberg, the Radford, all of that, right? The House Un-Americans thing, right? The way that the Kennedy and LBJ administrations treated Nixon, the way Nixon campaigned on the primary trail or on the midterm trail in 1966, the way Nixon conducted the 1972 election. All of that stuff, from top to bottom, happened all the way after Nixon. It happens today. Everyone just pays attention to it happening today, so we act like we're in a new era. The only thing that's similar about Nixon and now is that now we're aware of it. And that's why we need to be aware of what happened in the past. Those are the only similarities. If you're talking about the similarity of the intrigue, the internal spying, the lying, the scandal, the treatment by the bureaucracy, all of that stuff, all of it's been happening forever. And it's all been happening forever because politics is spiritual warfare physically manifest. Because people, and I won't say some people, because people sometimes listen to the devil and they do things that have interactions that create a worse situation that they couldn't have foreseen. And that was the devil's real goal. And some people follow the plan of God. Some people follow God's plan. And they do things that are good, and they have interactions that are good in ways they couldn't have seen. That's all of it. It's always been like that. It always will. It's never going away, and it's never going to change. There you go. For me, it's not as much about trying to be a moral purist, but trying to live in reality. The hegemon will hegemon, and we have to accept that and live in this world. That's pretty accurate. I agree with most of that, yeah. Purgative Ways chats aren't showing up in my YouTube chat window, so I'm trying to pay attention to the on-screen chat, which is not as easy to read. Dude, I got married super late, but I'm so happy I got married to my wife. Well, I'm glad to hear that, man. Your content and unique perspectives are greatly appreciated. Don't be discouraged. Isaiah 41:10. Isaiah 41:10. Isaiah 41:10. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my right hand. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. No, I mean, I didn't mean to be like mopey, like, oh, woe is me. Like, I get to sit here and do this. This is a fun hobby. Like, it's a privilege that even 7 people watch. It was just like a moment of radical honesty so you guys could understand where my headspace is at when I explained all that. That, like, I would like it if there were more people, just because I think that this is important, and I don't think there's people doing content in this way who are setting out as their goal necessarily that, like, I don't care if you guys are more informed about the Purgative Way. Go off. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. $10. I appreciate that. For the 10 Australian dollars, I appreciate that. Purgative Way, did you see Shane's special on Australia, and what did you think about it? That's a fun question. Shane Smith, comedian, my friend. I don't think there's a lot of people. I really don't care if you guys are informed about the news of today. Like, I don't care if you guys know every little thing that happens. I really don't care if you see the newest update about what such and such senator said and such thing. The only reason we talk about that stuff is so you can understand the way these things interact. So we can understand what they're actually saying. Because nobody's ever saying what they mean. They're always lying. Everyone lies. The House thing. In politics, it's true. I like this special. He came off as a little too angry for my family, but I love Shane, though. That's, yeah, I mean, yeah, but Rivka, you're having your emo phase is extending forever, so there's that. All day Gundis, I think it's helpful to learn how things in the past have led to where we are now. Thank you for your channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. But that's the idea, guys. That's what we're doing. That's why we're here. All right? We're here so that you guys can interact with government and politics and society in a different way that understands not only why things happen the way they do, what happened in the past, and why people act the way they do today. Not only all of that, but you can understand the more important why. The more important why. That is the spiritual why. Why is this happening? Like, what is the actual spiritual battle that's happening? Don't give me the question mark. Don't give me the question mark. Isn't your Twitter bio literally like emo girl, emo Catholic alt girl or something like that. I think that's in your Twitter bio. Um, all right. If not, there's somebody else who follows me on Twitter whose name is Rivka, which is funny. Anyway, back to Nixon. Alt pro lifer. There it is. That's what it is. Yeah. The emo phase extends. Um, Nixon wanted the yeoman to be warned that a criminal offense was hanging over him. I'd like to scare the son of a bitch to death. You can't touch him, Ehrlichman countered. Nixon knew this, although he longed to nail Moore and his crew to the wall. The commander-in-chief wanted to protect the reputation of the armed forces. He also agreed with Mitchell that moving against Moore ran the risk of exposing the administration's secret, sometimes illegal operations. My recollection, Haldeman said in 1988, in a 1988 oral history, is that at the time of the Watergate-related hearings, when this issue came up, that I was told we were not to testify as to anything or allude to it in any way or even indicate that it existed because of the president's concern as to what this would do to the status of the military. From an image and public opinion and public support viewpoint, Nixon also recognized that his penchant for secrecy had helped spawn the crisis. Damn, he rued. I created this whole situation, this liaison. It's just unbelievable. There they are. That's a banger photograph. Dude, what a banger photograph. That is Kodachrome. Is that Kodachrome? Dude, that is, I think that's Kodachrome. Yeah, that's Kodachrome, dude. Mm-hmm. That's Kodachrome. Look at that. That's the same color palette. Look at the way it renders the colors. Look at, I mean, do you guys understand how much of a, how autistic I have to be about photographs to look at a photograph and like know this film stock from the 1960s instantly? That's Kodachrome. Bro. Oh, Kodachrome. It's discontinued. You can't buy it today. My stream, actually the face cam color palette is trying to replicate Kodachrome, if you can't tell. I don't know if you guys can tell that. If you guys can see it. But the we're trying to replicate this color palette. It's not as crunchy, it's not as brown, but yeah, this is the color palette we're going for. Dude, it's so good. The closest you can get to Kodachrome is E100 with a brown filter, which Jason Kummerfeld shoots, and I feel like I've showed you guys this guy's work before. This guy's work is insane. His work is just beautiful. Let me find. Yeah, this is E100 with a brown filter. This guy's work is gorgeous. This is E100 with a brown filter for sure. Yeah. This guy's work is beautiful. This photograph drives me crazy. I think about this photograph like randomly like 2 or 3 times a week. 2 or 3 times a week I think about the All Ended Lucia Pillars photograph. That's what this is. I don't know what he titled it, but it is from All Ended Lucia. Yeah. This photograph is so pretty. This might be shot on actual aerochrome, which is hard to find. It looks like actual aerochrome. Very pretty stuff. Anyway, yeah, dude, Kodachrome is so gorgeous. Early on, why 2 streams tonight? I just joined the Pleb Vertical stream by accident. I'm doing an experiment. I put it in the vertical output stream so people will find it in their shorts feed when they're scrolling and click through. but the view numbers are bad, so we might not do that again. We'll see. Early on December 22nd, Mitchell telephoned Mark Felt, the FBI's number 3 official, and ordered a wiretap on the landline in Radford's personal quarters at Bolling Air Force Base. The order came directly from the president, Mitchell said. Radford's calls were monitored by 10:30 a.m. the next day. The same day, December 23, Ehrlichman briefed the president on Mitchell's showdown with Moore. Moore admits that he saw stuff, that he operated on the assumption that his liaison man was working this all out with Henry, Ehrlichman reported. I said, well, did you get a plea of guilty or not guilty? Nolo contendere, he quoted Mitchell as replying. What is nolo contendere? A plea which the defendant in criminal prosecution accepts conviction though a guilty plea has been entered but does not admit guilt. Oh. No contest. No contest. Haldeman told the president that Kissinger wanted Moore thrown in jail. Moore, in turn, thought that Welander should be jailed, and Welander was demanding the jailing of Radford. As you go up the ladder, Haldeman quipped, everybody's going to crucify the guy under him. The Plumbers conducted a recorded interview with Welander, who confessed to passing documents to the chairman and repeatedly implicated Haig as an accomplice. When the tape of Wellander's confession was played for Kissinger, the national security advisor, by nature mercurial, exploded. Nixon, quote, won't fire Moore, he said. They can spy on him and spy on me and betray us, and he won't fire them, he continued. I assure you all this tolerance will lead to very serious consequences for this administration. He was right. To outsiders, however, Kissinger, like everyone else, played down the episode. In a call with Huey Sidey of the Time magazine, recorded in 1974, Kissinger referred to these people spying on me, but said he couldn't tell how sinister it was. It may have started as bureaucratic gamesmanship, and it got out of control. Nixon spent that Christmas Eve working the phones. He called Haig to wish him a Merry Christmas and urge him not to worry. Nixon knew the reassurance would be passed along like the stolen documents to the Pentagon. On the Moore thing, Nixon said, the damn thing. I'm sure started before he was there. That's right, Haig replied. Back. Thank you so much, Gary. I'm glad you're back. I think it goes back over years, and it probably went further than he ever expected it was going to go. That's my guess. That's what I think, sir, Haig began. We got to remember that basically he's our ally, Nixon continued. The worst thing we can do now is to hurt the military. That's Henry Kissinger. And that's Haig. That is a predecessor of Ilford HP5, which is Ilford HP5 is one of my favorites to shoot, but I think this is a predecessor of Ilford HP5 or an earlier formula. But I recognize the grain in the out of focus planes here. That's the grain I get on my shots. 2 days later, Nixon spoke finally to Moore. Since Mitchell had handled the unpleasant part, Nixon hated confrontations. The president focused on the war. His tone was inquisitive, deferential. Can you do that? He marveled when Moore mentioned that pilots rely on instruments in bad weather. The chairman wished the boss a Merry Christmas. On January 4th, 1972, according to the FBI's declassified transcripts of Radford's surveilled conversations, previously unpublished, a man, never identified, called the yeoman's home. After our little talk this afternoon, which seemed so benign at the time, I did some checking around, the man said. I think you and I need to sit down and talk. Radford agreed to visit the man's home. Later that night, the man called again and asked, how does Portland or Seattle sound? Wonderful, Radford replied. He and his wife had family in Portland, Oregon, and Seattle. A moving van arrived the next day. Radford was given 30 days to drive his family across the country. A few days later, Welander was transferred to a remote command at sea. The Radfords were wiretapped at home for 5 more months and at Chuck's new job at the Naval Reserve Training Center in Salem, Oregon. for 2 months. Two of his friends, Robert Carroll, a Defense Department official, and Georgiana Prince, a State Department official, identified here for the first time, were also wiretapped. According to declassified FBI transcripts, one of the individuals placed under surveillance said, in reference to the classified documents that Anderson had published, quote, "Certainly some had to come from somewhere else," unquote. To which the human replied, "I think so, of course," unquote. It was tantamount to an admission that some had come from Radford. Contacted for this article, Radford, now 82, did not provide any comment. When the revelations of Watergate forced the disclosure of earlier NSC wiretap program, the FBI took additional steps to maintain the secrecy of the Radford project because of the very sensitive nature of the matter. A member of the Bureau's Intelligence Division wrote in 1973, "It is being given a code word. Additionally, quote, all records and documents relating to the matter will be kept in the Associate Director's office with limited access to those persons who have received prior individual approval," unquote. With wiretapping, who's actually doing the listening when trust seems so hard to come by? Probably somebody at the FBI who's just writing it all down. But that's the nature of the problem. This whole article is basically like the deep state has existed for a long time and they protect themselves more than they protect, the president. People heard about Watergate and thought, Watergate, but they were willing to hide. Even Nixon was willing to hide the deep state spying and what the deep state was doing. It was more offensive to the American government that someone had, taken a couple photographs of some opposing campaigns documents than that the United States military was spying on the president himself as to undermine his administration and his work. Right? Which seems kind of backwards. Like, it seems like undermining the commander-in-chief and spying on him and spying on his aides so that you can ignore his orders when you see fit is probably worse, if you had to guess. Probably worse. But the deep state, because it has to protect itself, was willing to, everyone who knew about this was willing to take this to their grave. In the summer of 1973, Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee, the ranking Republican on the Senate Watergate Committee, learned of the Radford Project and considered it vital to Nixon's defense. The White House, now run by, of all people, Haig, enjoined Baker from disclosing the critical work that the plumbers did in Moore Radford. Nixon and Haig each harbored good reasons to let the matter rest. As the president pointedly reminded Haig in a recorded meeting on May 11, 1973, quote, "Admiral Moore, I could have screwed him on that and been a hero. I could have screwed the whole Pentagon about that damn thing, and you know it. Why didn't I do it? Because I thought more of the services." That's Woodward and Bernstein, dude. These two fags. Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, the Watergate sleuths for the Washington Post, learned about the Radford Project. They published a vague story in October 1973 alluding to the human as a military assistant whose phones had been tapped, but the espionage by the Joint Chiefs went unmentioned. The Post reported only that the wiretapping had stemmed from a 1971 leak to Anderson about the India-Pakistan War. It was instead Dan Thomason of the Scripps-Howard newspaper chain and Jim Squires of the Chicago Tribune permitted their editors to work. Together who broke the story of the Pentagon spying in articles published in their outlets in January 11, 1974. Anderson denied that Radford was his source, as he would for the rest of his life. Moore dismissed the talk of military spying as ludicrous. Appearing on NBC's Today Show on January 11th, he acknowledged that receiving papers from the overzealous yeoman, but he said he found them useless, duplicative of what he already knew. Officially, the White House dismissed the significance of the low-level employee whose clerical tasks gave him access to highly classified information. Anonymously, however, an aide confided to the Times, Seymour Hersh, that the president had buried the scandal because the exposure would have placed, quote, the whole military command structure on the line, unquote. This is why what Trump, when he got super upset at the Joint Chiefs and started talking about them undermining him to China, this right here is why this was such a big deal in the media and in government, because everybody who works in politics has known since 1972 that the Joint Chiefs do this, and they all were willing to let it slide so that people would respect the military. But Trump was more concerned about doing things for the American people. This is the kind of stuff people who don't understand history and don't understand political history miss about Trump. You understand? You guys, is that, are you picking up what I'm putting down? This is the kind of stuff I was just talking about earlier. This right here is the kind of story you need to understand what's happening in in politics today. Across February and March 1974, so Nixon is just a huge Chad who fell on the sword, so the U.S. didn't lose face in the military during the Cold War. Yeah, that's literally what this is. Yes, this whole story is just this guy was so honorable that he was willing to let everyone think that he was spying on random service members rather than report that the Joint Chiefs were dishonest, power-hungry creeps. And the Pentagon was in on it. And Trump is just like, well, you guys are doing more harm than good now, so I'm going to out you. And everybody moved on from it very quickly. Right? And there's a reason, because you can't dwell on it forever. Because if you keep dwelling on it, you keep looking for it, you find more stuff like this. This has happened. This whole story has happened long before long before the 1970s and the Nixon administration, and it's happened long after. It's happened to every president since. It will happen to every president from now on. It's never going away. Across February and March 1974, as calls for Nixon to be impeached intensified, the Senate Armed Services Committee held hearings on the military spying. Behind closed doors, the panel heard testimony from Kissinger, Moore, Wellender, and Radford. All sorts of conflicts, a Senate aide wrote, withholding full story. This is why when you talk about the closed door hearings in the Senate, the public hearings are just theater for you, for senators to express to you what they want you to hear. They're just extended campaigning, right? It's a mini debate. The hearings are interesting and they're fun because they're like mini presidential debates by proxies of the party, right? They're Democrat proxies debating Republican proxies. That's what's interesting about the hearings. But the actual interesting stuff happens in closed door hearings, and this is case in point, right? We this was known, but this was in a closed door hearing. Like the White House and the Pentagon, the Senate preferred to drop the matter. That June, the panel declared Moore not culpable and recommended that he be allowed to retire with full rank, pension, and honors, which he did. This, then, was the can of worms Nixon had warned against opening. In the grand jury room on June 24, 1975, the ex-president had been describing the Soviet Union's role in the India-Pakistan conflict. The next 7 pages were those marked as classified by Scowcroft and buried in his safe. 50 years later, their contents can finally be revealed. The redacted portion began with Nixon describing the plan, quote, my decision, not Kissinger's, unquote, to use Pakistan as the bridge to China. Since the Eisenhower era, Nixon had cultivated relationships with Pakistani officials, and those relationships had facilitated his détente with Beijing. As a result, Nixon said, we felt a great obligation to the Pakistanis. He continued, the Russians were supporting India. Nobody was supporting Pakistan because there was an embargo on the shipment of arms. But we were giving moral support to them. And also we gave the Chinese an assurance privately that if India jumped Pakistan and China decided to take on the Indians, that we would support them. They would support China. So they're saying to China, if you support India, we will support Pakistan. This was an inside dope on global power politics at a level that none of Nixon's listeners had heard. Richard Davis was one of the prosecutors who interrogated the ex-president. Told me in a recent interview that he and his colleagues knew immediately that they weren't comfortable not bringing these passages to the attention of the White House. Nixon then recounted what happened after Anderson's first column. Kissinger came in, and he is quite an emotional man, Nixon said. He was practically on the ceiling. The National Security Advisor, according to Nixon, warned that the leaks would jeopardize the U.S. relations with Pakistan and China, as well as the president's plan to travel to China. The trip may blow. You won't go, Kissinger said, according to Nixon. We've got to find out how this is leaking out. The job was given to Ehrlichman. Nixon testified, it was here that the so-called plumbers did a remarkable job, and despite the terribly wrong and stupid things they did in the Watergate thing, they should be well remembered for what they did here. The signal revelation of the unsealed testimony is that Nixon and the mole came face to face. I had met him just casually on a plane, the ex-president said of Radford, a brilliant young man. He took shorthand and typed at incredible speed. I think he spoke several languages, Nixon recalled, noting that Radford had been with Kissinger on his secret trips, serving as the note-taker and knew what Kissinger had said and what the other side had said. He knew, for example, that the French government were responsible for making those trips possible, which would have been terribly embarrassing to the French government if it had come out. He also knew what Kissinger said when he met with Chu Enlai in his visits to China. He also knew, of course, every discussion that had taken place in the NSC. Nixon pondered, why did he do this thing? Why would he deliver these top-secret documents to Jack Anderson? In Nixon's brief treatment of the Moore-Radford scandal in his 1978 memoir, he omitted having met the yeoman. Their encounter establishes how high up the chain of command the mole's maneuvering took him, and recalls the infamous photograph of Alger Hiss, the State Department's official later convicted of perjury for lying about his role in passing documents to a Soviet agent. Shaking the hand of the President Harry Truman in San Francisco in 1945, it was, of course, Nixon, a young Republican congressman, who rose to fame by accusing Hiss of treason. Answering his own question about Radford's motives, Nixon reprised the yeoman's violently pro-India views and his shared Mormon faith with Anderson. We had them cold because the yeoman spoke down when they gave him a polygraph, the ex-president testified. He cried, I wasn't there, but I got the report on it, and virtually admitted his guilt. Next came the double-barreled blast that only Nixon could fire off. He admitted breaking the law and in practically the same breath shared something that Mao Zedong had told him. What the? Okay, here we go. Okay, lock in. Lock in. I suppose that it could be said I obstructed justice by not immediately calling up the Justice Department and saying, prosecute him in this case, Anderson. The reason we couldn't prosecute and wouldn't was that if we did, he added, Radford could expose these highly confidential exchanges. We were having to bring the war in Vietnam to a conclusion, and particularly the exchange in China. I remember when I saw Mao, Nixon continued. Mao called himself the most famous or infamous communist in the world, and Nixon the most famous or infamous capitalist in the world. What brought the two men together? Nixon recalled Mao asking, history brings us together in our interests, Mao said. Nixon persuaded Mao to accept a defense alliance between the United States and Japan. Yeoman Radford had all of this information, and if he had been prosecuted, it was my opinion that there was a very great risk, because of his obvious emotional instability, that he would blow the whole thing. The war at Vietnam would have continued for a while longer. I had to make a decision. At this point, the classified section ended. Seeking a final flourish, the old politician wanted the audience to know that except for the most infamous wiretapping of all, the Democrat National Committee headquarters in the Watergate complex, the plumbers' work had involved vital national security interests. That when Nixon warned these prosecutors not to open that can of worms, adding, there is even more, because Radford not only, Ruth, the leading prosecutor, interjected, we are not opening it up. Yeoman Radford was not only there, the ex-president persisted, but he was the direct channel to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. There it was. Finally, the secret Nixon had sought to keep under wraps. It was not the far left that most actively sought to sabotage the Nixon-Kissinger foreign policy, but the hard right. Not lowly pencil pushers in the civil service, but the most senior commanders at the Pentagon. The prosecutors had heard enough. They did not want Nixon to elaborate. Horowitz, the last questioner, cut in saying, "Sir, if I might take us back now to..." Nixon would not be deterred. He said, "This indicates to the members of the grand jury, if I might address them for a moment." Why is that? The Radford Project, if I might address them, why it is that the Radford Project had to be top secret. He added, "Particularly, I didn't want the Joint Chiefs of Staff involved." Nixon had no intention of exposing the affair's full depths. Even here, he wished not to join in the vilification of the services, something that was pervasive when Vietnam veterans were often jeered on, returned to U.S. soil as baby killers. After some additional questioning on other subjects, Horowitz consulted the grand jurors and then declared no further questions. 10 minutes later, with the grand jurors and the stenographer hustled from the room, Ruth and Davis conducted a final interview with the witness. The prosecutor's memos, previously unpublished. Uh-oh. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Okay, we're good. The prosecutor's memos, previously unpublished, show that they interrogated Nixon on an additional 4 topics, including proposals captured on the tapes but never enacted, to hire thugs to attack anti-war demonstrators. The 13 hours of interrogation produced no perjury charges against Nixon or any other material to the remaining prosecutions. Kodak safety film. Fun. Oh, Tri-X. I've got Tri-X. You guys want to see something? This is the proof. This is the tape of Nixon resigning. And it's on this film stock. So it's this right here. This right here. There's a roll of it in my freezer. I don't know what's on that roll. It's not Richard Nixon, I'll tell you that. I don't know what's on it. It's shot. It's already shot, but I don't know what's in it. Publication of the classified segment of the ex-president's grand jury testimony represents a major addition to the historical record of the era of Vietnam and Watergate. Its significance extends to the current day. The issues that animated the deep state against Nixon and Kissinger were rooted in the Cold War, but the frictions inherent in the making of national security policy, most acute in times of war, are perennial. Moore and Radford exposed a hidden feature of the American political system that endures. When excluded from their spheres of interest, entrenched bureaucratic forces will almost always, as a biological reflex, respond aggressively. Yeah, once it's shot, the chemicals are preserved better if you freeze them. If you have any old film that you find in a box in an attic or from your grandparents, you should throw it in the freezer as soon as you find it. It's probably too late by the time you find it, but storing film in the freezer after because it's literally, I mean, it's gelatin with an emulsion on it. It's gelatin with some silver halide crystals on it is what it is. That's how film works. And so when you freeze it after you shoot it, the film is locked in. It's better, stays better for longer. The Joint Chiefs spying formed only one prong of the campaign against Nixon. The most spied on president in modern times, declassified documents and scholarship published since 1974 have established that the FBI, under its director J. Edgar Hoover, spied on Mitchell, the Attorney General, and the CIA, detailed its personnel to various units associated with Nixon, including the Watergate burglary team, and components intimately associated with the office of the president, as the agency admitted in 1975. Yeah, okay. The rest of this seems. Oh, there's only 2 paragraphs left. Trump has long expressed admiration for Nixon. As early as 1982, the rising tycoon told the disgraced ex-president, "I think you're one of this country's great men." True. Facts. Real. Not many prominent people in that era expressed such a sentiment. Both men achieved success at young ages. Both men, once craving and scorning the approval of the elites, remained resentful of the establishment that they came to lead. They differ in two crucial respects. Trump's purge of the federal government since returning to the presidency has displayed a ruthlessness towards the perceived enemy within that Nixon, despite similar inclinations, could never conquer, even when faced with criminal insubordination. Trump also appears on track to complete his second term. This is the thing. Do you guys get it now? Trump is doing all this because we've done this before, and it's not an option. It's not an option to screw these people over. It's not an option. You have to screw these people over. We have to. Like you don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. If you want a government, you have to screw these people over. The best book on Nixon, aside from PJP's two, want to learn more on this. PJP gave me a new perspective. If you read the two Buchanan books, I like it. Didn't start with Watergate. If you're looking for a more general picture of the time period, like it's not especially focused on Nixon. But I like that as like a general picture of the time period. If you're looking for some stuff on Watergate specifically, I would recommend Jeff Shepard's books on Nixon's, what happened in Watergate, the prosecutions and the general prosecutorial misconduct surrounding that. Yeah. I think that's probably the places I would start. I mean, you could always read Nixon's own memoir. It's really interesting. It's very good. And the next thing I'm getting into, I haven't found any books on this yet, but if you're interested in early Nixon, I would recommend reading about the Alger Hiss affair and reading about the House Un-American Activities Committee, and Nixon's friendship and relationship with Jack Kennedy, which is really interesting. There's a famous story, which if you've read the two PJB books, you will know this story, but for the rest of chat, there's this really famous story that at some Democrat fundraising dinner, some guy was praising Alger Hiss, and speaking ill of Nixon. And this was well before, like, JFK was just a freshman or a young senator at the time. And he stood up and yelled, like, not to, like, don't talk about Nixon that way, or something to that effect, like, or like, you wish you were as good a man as Nixon, something to the effect of a very effusive compliment of Nixon. Nixon wasn't there, just to attack this other guy who was talking, and then he stormed out of the event. But yeah, no, like, people, like, this is kind of a known historical fact, but JFK and Nixon weren't just like friends who happened to be because they worked in proximity. Like, they actually really got along and really liked each other. Like, John F. Kennedy and Richard M. Nixon genuinely liked each other as people, and it was like you can't, like, I get to say things about Nixon because I was on that committee, and like, what I can talk about things I don't like that he did in relation to that committee because I was on that committee and I know what needed to be done. But if you ever talk about negatively about his work on that committee, like, go fuck yourself, because you don't know what it was like. I know what it was like. I know what kind of what an honorable man he was. So yeah. I think yeah, I think JFK was friends with McCarthy. I think he liked him too. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna use the restroom and take the dog out, and I will be back. I'm not putting music on because I don't want to get copyrighted. Please don't leave. I'm gonna run an ad. guys. What's up? I came back with snacks. I came back with a snack. I got some bread. I've been experimenting with my bread maker. And I tried egg bread. It's a little too dense. And it didn't rise enough. So I don't know if I did something wrong. It's also a thrift store bread maker that's super old. But I haven't really had problems with it before. So, but it's really dense. I added sugar already. Maybe it needs more. Levi, why is your hair in the butter? How did it get there? What are you doing? What are you doing on the counter? Mine is finicky too, so I don't know. I think maybe the egg just made it too dense. Might have kneaded for too long. I think that can overdevelop gluten and make it dense. It didn't rise enough, though. That would normally be underdeveloped gluten, wouldn't it? It's good. Tastes good. It shouldn't rise enough. Really can't get too much butter. I did it. I thought about it before I did it too. I made sure to make eye contact with the camera. Kerrygold, boys. Wow, must have overruled. I took way too big of a bite. Sorry. Once you've had Kerrygold, it's hard to go back. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to go back after you've had the Kerrygold. Have you ever had mayonnaise and banana sandwich? What? Are you high? What is Kerrygold? It's this brand of butter. It's phenomenal. I don't know what the Irish are doing, but they got great butter. It's a southern delicacy. Another point for Midwest supremacy. Yet another point for the Midwest and Appalachia. W for the Midwest. Okay. Hold on. All right, we're good. We're good. Put mayo on everything. Bro, mayonnaise is good, just not on bananas. We love mayonnaise, not on bananas. I just got home from work. I left you a comment on X with a link to that podcast. Okay, thank you. New England nationalism? Nah, dude. Flyover truther right here. All right, let's watch this video and then laugh about it, and then we can watch the Rubio speech.
We support ICE and law enforcement. I support ICE.
That's crazy, bro.
I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you.
You're gonna punch me?
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay.
What is the... How's the form? Let's break down the form. Let's break down the form. Let's break down the form. How is the form?
For that.
Okay.
I feel like you're too far. Like he's got his wing. He's getting all his force from from swinging. You know, when you really what you want is you want it to come from the shoulder, right? You know, you want it to come from the shoulder. And also he missed. That's the other reason you don't come around, right? When you come around, you're gonna miss. You know, you're gonna miss. But if you're gonna throw a hook. I don't know how to throw a hook. I only know how to throw jabs. You got to step into it. And I feel like in this case, the hook is the wrong play, especially if it's out here this wide, you know? Stop? Okay, I'll stop. I don't know how to throw a hook. I only know how to throw jabs. I know it's in and you come through. You got to twist the body and you follow through. I'm also in a spinning chair, so. But, like, I don't think he even... Like, I'm listening for the learn. Okay, that's fair. Someone make this kid a Reddit mod. He already is. Right? This guy has to already be a Reddit mod.
Trouble for that.
Okay.
Whoa. Chill out, bro. I stand for my beliefs. I'm gonna peacefully stand here and support my beliefs. I support ICE and law enforcement.
Peacefully fuck yourself.
Whoa. That's against school code. No swearing in the school.
They're on their way there right now. We also have students walking out of the building as well.
I will say this kid with the sign should have swung. The kid with the sign should have swung. He's being kind of a bitch about the whole thing. He should have popped him back. You gotta go for them. You gotta go get him back. You gotta just step back. You gotta step back, let the punch come through. Right? When you see him coming all the way out, right? You have to... I know what happens if he swings back, but my dad would have, like, look, here's the thing. If I had pulled this in high school, here's some lore. I got in trouble. I got some locker decorations confiscated in high school. Because they were pro-life bumper stickers I'd put on magnets and I put them on my locker, and the school confiscated them. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? My dad always told me if I was going to get in a fight, like if somebody hit me, he wanted me to hit him back. And I feel like when this kid is out here with the backpack on and everything, you just... If you fight when you're justified, you get suspended and ice cream, that's going to be my rule. Yeah, it's obviously the best way to do it. If you get swung on and you don't swing back, you're going to be in more trouble than if you swing back. If you, like, literally, if this was my kid, I'd be like, I'd see this video and be like, bro, put the phone down and knee him in the head. Look at how low he gets and how open he leaves his head. Bro, put the phone down and put your shin into his bridge of his nose. What are you doing? When he squares up, you drop both the sign and the phone and you square up. Like, what is she gonna do if you wanted, like, bro, I was 5'6", 120 pounds, and diseased in high school. And I could, like, this security guard would not have been a problem for me. What do we, like, this kid looks like he's pretty well put together. He's got, you know, he's healthy. You drop the phone, you drop the sign. As he swings, you kick him in the head. You shove the security guard off, and then you just start wailing. All of this is a joke. This is all a joke. This is all a joke. I'm not encouraging minors to fight. This is all a joke.
Wearing in the school.
They're on their way there right now. We uplifted the building as well, starting their protest.
I support ICE and law enforcement. Am I allowed to stand here?
You are allowed to.
Okay. I'm allowed to have this sign too,
You're
like everyone
allowed
else?
to have
Okay.
be part of the protest.
I just stand for my beliefs, you know, like this is okay. We support.
She does not know what to do. Yeah, she's so mad about it, but she doesn't know what to do. Anyway, the left has decided that this fat idiot is like their hero now. Bro's head is the size of a backpack. He's so fat. Bro, look at this. His thumbs, he's not even making a fist right. Bro's not even making a fist right. He's like out here like this. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to break your finger. This is biolinism, by the way. This is what biolinism looks like. All right. Mom, can we have Hulk? No, we have the Hulk at home. There is some satisfaction when you don't give in and walk out unscathed. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's satisfying to just step back and be fine and then go, I'm going to hold my sign here after the kid swung on you. I guess that's probably true. All right. Let's watch Big Mark give his MSC speech, which was very good. This speech was good. I did watch this one in advance, by the way. I pre-watched.
Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world. You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany. The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction. Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike.
The Cuban Missile Crisis. I thought this was the Cuban Missile. I thought Fernando Mendoza was the Cuban Missile. What do you mean the Cuban? What does he mean by the Cuban Missile Crisis? Is the Cuban Missile? Does that nickname refer to something? This is the only Cuban Missile I know is Fernando Mendoza. Is he in crisis? He's about to get drafted by the Raiders. I'm gonna cry. No. He's about to get drafted by the Raiders. If that counts as a crisis.
We found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe. One with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and final than anything before in the history of mankind. The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain. But we were driven by a common purpose. We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together, Europe and America prevailed. And a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocks were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole.
This is good. This is good to tell the story. Thank you for the rainbow. Thomas Fra. Thank you for the rainbow. I appreciate it.
That infamous wall?
I like that telling the story to the Europeans so that they get that we're on the same team. I like that because the Europeans are too stupid to realize that we're on the same team unless you spell it out for them. So he's spelling it out for them.
That had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to...
This stage layout pisses me off, by the way. This is the main stage for the MSC, and you don't have like two setups for like panel and speaking. Like, why? Oh my gosh. Why would you not just like pick these up and carry them somewhere else and then put the podium in the middle of the stage? What are we doing here?
A dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood, that the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest, and that we would now live in a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human nature and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidized their companies to systematically undercut ours, shuttering our plants, resulting in large parts of our societies being deindustrialized, shipping millions of working and middle-class jobs overseas, and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals.
So true. So true. Intentional economic decline for the sake of more cheap stuff is a bad thing. He's just saying things right now so that they have to deny facts. That's the idea of the first half of this speech, I think, is just so like if the Europeans want to counter signal this, they have to like literally deny facts, which they're dumb enough to do, but you know, if they do that, it's not going to play well domestically in the United States for the Democrats. Like, it's because the Democrats will try to take the side of the Europeans. And it's going to play poorly domestically for the midterms. They look like the kind of chairs where they look easy to move but are heavy concrete blocks and uncomfortable.
We increasingly outsourced our
I haven't gotten a good look at the chair
to
yet.
international institutions while
like
many
I'll have to
nations
look at the
invested
chair.
in massive wealth.
It's a great speech, but they fumbled the momentum they had coming into 2025. Hopefully things change, but it doesn't seem likely for a long time. I think you mean the momentum they had coming into 2026. And yeah, hopefully things change. The biggest problem is Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem are just constantly throwing hissy fits rather than just acknowledging that they made mistakes and trying to fix them. Like, for real, that is the actual main problem. So, Levi, what the heck are you doing? What are you doing? All right, whatever. Bro, my dog, this is real. This is a total aside. I got ADHD, by the way, guys. My dog will, the bowl of food is in the kitchen. He will, look, let me show you something. All right, let me show you. All right, the bowl of food is in the kitchen. So we've got the kitchen, and the door is here. All right, and the water is here, and the food is here, and then there's cabinets right here. That is not where I wanted those cabinets to be. It's very hard to draw with this. I've mentioned this before several times. So the food is right here. Okay? That looks like an E. There we go. The food is right here. Okay? He will go to the food, get a mouthful of food, and then walk here. My desk, by the way, this room right here, this is the dining room, which is repurposed to my office right now. And my desk is over here, and then the bookshelf is like here, and there's storage here, and then this space is open. This is where the lights and the camera are. The lights and the camera are like right in here. He will get food, walk into the dining room, I'm not kidding you, like halfway into the dining room, put the food on the floor, and eat it right here. I'm not kidding. That's a real thing he does. Every bite of food. He goes into the kitchen. Where's the pointer? Here we go. He goes into the kitchen, brings the food out to the dining room halfway down, puts it on the floor, and then eats it here off the floor. And every day he brings it a little further into the dining room. The other day, my living room is over here, okay? The other day, I found a piece of kibble here. What is he doing? He might actually just be like, oh yeah, Josiah eats in that room, so I eat in that room. For real, it might actually be that, because I eat at my desk or at the coffee table in the living room most of the time. Nah, I meant coming into power after the Biden administration. Oh yeah, but that I still would blame that on Bondi and Kristi Noem. 90% of the problems that the Trump administration has had has been Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem being retarded. Oh, Kash Patel too. Kash Patel, bro. Levi's just a chill guy. He's just a chill guy.
Welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate cult, we have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else, not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people.
I want to show you guys something that happened while we were live. This actually happened while we were live.
For what it is. I think we need to call it for what it is.
Secretary
There is a
Clinton.
legitimate reason to have a debate about things like migration. It went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing, and it needs to be fixed in a humane way with secure borders that don't torture and kill people. I think we need to call it for what it is.
That is how much Trump is winning. So for all of the talk about ICE and like the Democrats insisting that the immigration issue is going to like lose the Republicans the midterm, they are winning. The Valhalla thing isn't about pagan. It's something retarded that Kash Patel said. We are winning the immigration debate so badly that Hillary is at this same conference. Okay. This is the MSC. She's at the same conference as Marco Rubio is right now. That's not, I'm being serious, okay? She just said this at the MSC. Also, I found this when I was in the bathroom on Twitter during the break we just took. And I saved it. So W preparation. Thank you, Thursday. W prep for Thursday. Find, saving that. Either that or Hillary just reverted to the 90s. She forgot it wasn't the 90s anymore. That's also possible. She could be too retarded and still think it's the 90s. That is also possible.
We made these mistakes together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild.
She was about to say, Pokemon, go back to your home country. Pokemon, go back.
Our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends.
Gotta catch them all. There it is. Gotta catch them all. Pokemon, go to the polls and vote for ICE to catch them all. There it is. There it is. I got it. I put it all together. Thank you, chat. Thank you. I want to say thank you to chat and give all the glory to God. I just want to thank the team for putting together that joke we just did. Pokemon, go to the polls and vote for ICE to go catch them all. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Great job, guys.
Here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance.
So this speech is also going to be work very well. I want you guys, we're going to watch this speech. We're going to talk about it. We're going to pay close attention. We're going to give Big Mark his props. I thought you were going to be meaner to us. This is a nice switch up. Sorry, inlay. That's all good, Nova. I'm glad you're here. Hope you guys all had a good Valentine's Day. Oh, Haley's here. You're on phone form too. Interesting, good strategy. I don't know if it's interesting, good strategy, Haley, because I don't think I'm getting horizontal recommendeds. I actually don't think I'm getting horizontal recommendations right now. No joke. Because my numbers are about half what they usually are. We're going to pay attention. We're going to give Big Mark his flowers, but I want to talk about I want to I want you guys. The reason we're doing these two speeches, we're doing this speech before the Jeremy Carl hearing, in that order, very specifically and on purpose. I built this stream tonight, gang. You're not gonna believe this, but I actually did build out this stream to work. Like, I have both open. Real Patriots are doing this. It's so true. Will Ellis, just a real patriot. The YouTube still isn't notifying me when you're live. I'm glad I caught you live. Nova, if you join the Discord, I ping the Discord when I go live. Also, I would recommend if you look at the, not this, when you click subscribe, if you click all, it'll send you a notification when I'm live. So I don't want to be subscribed to the State Department. Dang it, I didn't sneeze. I missed it. But I want to talk about this before we do the Jeremy Carl thing. And if you guys saw the Jeremy Carl thing, or if any of you know who Jeremy Carl is, you're gonna know why we're doing it in this order. Right? So here's the thing. Nope. All right. Here's the thing. I want to look at something. No, never mind. Sorry. The America is tied to Europe. Later in this speech, he's going to say America is a child of Europe, and it's that it's necessarily tied to Europe and it's necessarily Christian. He said that's what he's saying. Listen to it.
Settled and built the nation of my birth, arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, and
We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound.
we are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir.
Banger. Banger. That's so hard. That's so hard. Big Mark is so good. I'm glad he grew up. Me too. I'm so glad that little Marco grew up and became Big Mark. It was always his destiny. Purgative Way said, "What worries me is they only saying this to appease very angry European Americans. I like what I'm hearing, but what does this look like? It looks like Big Mark is buying in to the future ticket. He's going to be to being he looks like he's buying in, you know? He's getting ready. He's getting ready. He's got to be number 2 on that Vance ticket in 2028. Honestly, if he's just rage baiting people, he should read Quas Primas instead. Quas Primas. What the heck is? I don't think you're quoting the right thing. Oh, Feast of Christ the King. Okay. That's a different thing than I thought you were quoting, and I understand now. I appreciate you. It looks like we are doing what we're doing, using diplomacy and influence to get Europe to fix itself. That's kind of the idea, but also this quote goes so hard. Hold on. Dude, this quote goes so hard. We are part of one civilization. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Show transcript. Yeah, there we go. Toggle timestamps. Bum bum. Bum bum. Oh, it's all good, Nova. I appreciate you. I appreciate you just being here. Do you have to be a member to join the Discord? No, the Discord's free. The Discord is totally free. Everyone should join the Discord. The Discord is totally free.
We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifice.
Oh, there's the face. That's the face we want. Come on, single frames. We'll find it. Is he gonna blink? He's blinking. Hold on. Hold on. No.
Sacrifices
We'll get
our
it.
forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good enough.
a little direct and urgent in our council. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally.
Oh, it's so
We
good.
want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive. Because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours.
Okay. Geopolitically, America is a European country. We're not part of the EU, but we are America, and America is a European country. We're part of the West, the general Western Alliance, and we're in charge of that, right? We're in charge now. America is the leader of the West, and that's just the way it is. And that's kind of what he's saying here. So he's like, look, we're in charge of the West. We inherited it from you guys, but we're in charge now. So don't be dipshits.
Because we know our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know
See, look, she's not European.
because
Those chairs do look heavy, dude.
we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security, which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions. How much we spend on defense or where, how we deploy it, these are important questions. They are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is what exactly are we defending?
I don't know who you're referring to, Purgative Way. This speech is amazing, and if you can't appreciate it, then you're too black-pilled. You need to, like, whatever you're listening to that's making you not appreciate the fact that the Secretary of State of the United States is saying that heritage and faith um the Secretary of State is standing at the Munich Security Conference saying that heritage, faith, and sacrifice of our forefathers tie us to Europe and make us effectively a European country. Like, that is like the greatest, like it's just like an unheard, like it's not, yeah, literally if I hadn't seen this and you told me about it, I wouldn't have believed it. Yeah, that's the point. Because like prior to 2016, like not even prior to 2016, probably prior to like 2018, 2019, when we started actually moving the Overton window with Trump, like not just Trump winning, but like the actual Overton window moving of certain political theories stuff. Like this is not possible. This just never would have happened. But like this is a phenomenal speech. And if for whatever reason, if anybody in the chat is having trouble appreciating this speech or not being able to understand how significant the Secretary of State of the United States getting up in front of a bunch of European leaders and saying we're a European country is, like if something is ruining that experience for you, whatever it is, just don't watch it anymore. Like I'm serious. Don't watch it anymore. Because it's like if you're getting something good out of it, that's fine. But like, and it's not even a judgment on the thing on whatever thing. Okay, yeah, you guys are talking about AF. Like, I don't think this is an AF problem. I'm not. Yeah, like I don't think this is a Fuentes problem. Like, I don't think Fuentes is gonna watching Fuentes necessarily would make you not like this speech. What I'm saying is, and it's not a judgment on anybody's like content. What I'm saying is, in this case, there are other problems I would have, but we've talked about it before. What I'm saying is, if there's something about content that you watch that causes something in you that is not good, then you should take that out of yourself, right? Like, okay, for example, I like certain, types of music, but it makes me like act in a way that I don't like. Like it amps me up and gets me like aggressive in like a pointless way that I don't enjoy. And it's not because the music is bad, but it affects me in a way that is not healthy, so I don't enjoy it. So I try not to watch it, listen to it, even though I might enjoy it. So what I'm saying is, if there's any, like if there's anything you would like this is objectively a good speech. If you're a conservative in America, you should enjoy this speech. If there's something that you're consuming in your daily life or consuming regularly or thinking about regularly or reading regularly that makes you watch this speech and not be able to appreciate that this is good. This is well delivered. It's good politically. It's a big step forward. If there's something, if it doesn't matter what it is, and I'm not even saying like, okay, there are people in the chat saying they think it's AF. It could be. I'm watched Nick in years, so I have no judgment on that in that specific instance. There are other problems I would have with him, but in this specific instance, like, I don't know why watching Nick would make you not appreciate this speech. What I'm saying is, if watching Nick makes you not able to appreciate good things like this, then it might not be good for you individually. Kind of like how, if somebody's like really addicted to pornography or they're just trying to get clean from pornography, like there are certain levels of sexual explicitness that like aren't necessarily super explicit. Like they might even pass in a PG-13 movie, but you wouldn't recommend them to, like if you had a friend who was trying to get over porn, right? And there was something in a PG-13 movie that wasn't necessarily across the line, but it would trigger them, you would tell them not to watch it. That's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, and I would be, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why Nick followers would have a problem with this speech. I like this speech a lot because I think it's saying something true about America, which is that America is a European Christian country, and that America, like when people say what is white culture, they're asking, like they're using the word white. One, they're using the word white to obfuscate. The word white, maybe they're not using it for this intention, but the function of the word white as a racial word in the American political lexicon is that it obfuscates from the word European. Um, so nobody asks what European culture is, right? Like generally the idea that there is a European culture, which is a Christian heritage, understanding of basic human rights in certain ways, general idea that it's good to care for the poor and good to be selfless, like and those are objectively good things, but they're like institutionalized in certain ways, right? We have certain social safety nets, and we always have. The idea you like we build buildings in certain ways, like you can look at Germanic a German cathedral and a French cathedral, and they're different, but they're both like European, and it's different than how you would build like an Asian cathedral or a Chinese cathedral. um And so if you when somebody asks what white culture is, the, I don't think they're doing it intentionally just because so many people use the word white. But what they're really asking is what European culture is. And America is a European culture. Like the values and like the American legal system itself is an English common law system. Okay. So if you exist in an English common law system, your entire legal, like the legal medium by which you live your existence and interact with your governing body is European culture, right? It's the same thing as how a fish moves. Like asking a fish what water is really hard to do. Like, like how do you define air? Air is just like this thing that's always around you and you're breathing and it's necessary for your existence. European culture is air for Western society. It's all around it, it's breathed by it, and it's necessary for its existence. Which means that European people are necessary for Western society. And that's not a judgment on any other people. It's just to say that if you replace all of the European people with all people from different places, and if suddenly somehow if you could snap your fingers and make everybody in European and everybody in Europe like, you know, completely like evenly, everybody in Europe was suddenly African, or everybody in Europe was suddenly Chinese. Like it wouldn't be Europe as how you would define Europe for culturally and societally for another year and a half. It would be completely different within 18 months. And the idea here is that because America is a European country, it's a European culture, you can't just get rid of all the Americans and then expect that America will continue to be America. You know, Oren talked about this months ago when he was like, the next question after what is a woman and what is a racist is going to be what is an American. And he's completely correct about that. He's been proven correct again and again. You'll remember months ago, some of you will remember we watched James Lindsay's terrible definition of what an American is. But this is the answer. This is, if you watch this speech by Marco Rubio, and you can't tell where Marco Rubio falls in the what is an American debate, you're an idiot. And he's on our side about this, right? Marco Rubio is saying that that America is a European Christian country that ties its heritage and its beliefs and its entire existence spiritually and ancestrally to Europe. That's what he's saying. So he's saying an American is somebody who has, therefore, what he is saying necessarily, in the implication here necessarily, is that an American is someone who has assimilated to that culture or who was born into it and inherits it. Because either you inherit a culture and you necessarily are assimilated to it by your very existence of inheritance, or you assimilate to it. right? And this is why if you wanted to become an Israelite in the Old Testament, it took 3 generations. Your grandkids would be Israelites, maybe. But that was the earliest it could be. It was never you, it was never your children. Maybe your grandkids would be Israelites. Hot take, I don't think first generation immigrants can truly assimilate. Yeah, no, that's a thing I say all the time on the stream. Like, it's not possible. It is not possible for an individual to assimilate. If you've lived in another country up into adulthood, your entire formative existence is in a non-American culture. You can't be American. There is no such thing as an American if you there's no such thing as an American who was born and raised in another country. I'm sorry, you're just not American. There's none of them. It's not possible to fully assimilate. You can respect and take part in the culture to an extent, but it will always remain foreign to you. It's not the one you inherited, and it's not the one you came of age in. It's not the one that defined you as a person. If American culture didn't define you as a person, or it's not the one you inherited, right? If you didn't grow up in American culture, and it's not the culture you inherited, you cannot become American suddenly because you said some words that were written on a piece of paper and signed some stuff. I mean, this is why we use the term paperwork American a lot for these people. It's just not possible.
Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history, confident of its future, and aims to always be the master of its own economic and political destiny.
What's the quote I'm looking for, guys? A true soldier fights not because he hates what is in front of him, but because he loves what is behind him. There's the one. Thank you. Yeah, the reason I know it's not possible to assimilate is because I love Steubenville. I will die for Steubenville. I will die in Steubenville. If you want me to leave Steubenville, you will spill my blood on 4th Street. I'm still rooting for the Indiana Hoosiers over the Ohio State Buckeyes. Bro, screw the Buckeyes. I can't assimilate to Ohio. You're telling me that somebody who, India, I can't assimilate to Ohio fully. It's one state over. What are we doing?
It was here, in Europe, where the ideas that planted the seeds of liberty that changed the world.
Your grandchildren will one day root for the Buckeyes? Bro, I will whip them. I will beat them. I will beat these hypothetical future grandchildren. I will be like, sit down and watch the Fernando Mendoza highlights. Bro.
World were born. It was here in Europe, which gave the world the rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution. It was this continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare.
Oh, dude,
In Europe, which gave the world the rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution. It was this continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare, of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And this is the place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne They testify.
What is American culture? Creed. Creed, football, fishing. That's American culture. That's the other thing. By the way, if you're like one of those people who's like, sports ball, it's gay, it's, bred in circuses. Bro, you are never going to have any power in America. You have to get over it, okay? The enjoyment of the name is American football. The general American is never going to not like football. If you ever want to change anything and like have any power or appeal to any like of the normies and the common man, you're just going to have to be nice about football. Also, it's awesome. Have you not watched it? Dude, it's so cool. Okay, that is really awesome for Rubio to say. Yeah, thank you. It's so cool, isn't it? True Will, let's go to Steubenville with our host. For a second, I thought you were about talk about creedal Americanism like Lindsay Lamount. No, I'm just naming things that are American culture.
The Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And this is the place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future. But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future. Deindustrialization was not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice, a decades-long economic undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence. And the loss of our supply chain sovereignty was not a function of a prosperous and healthy system of global trade. It was foolish.
Bro, I don't know. Oh my! Whoever wrote this speech is phenomenal because he's like, you guys ever heard of like when people talk about the shit sandwich? You ever heard of the shit sandwich method for giving people bad news? Good news or a compliment, bad news and then compliment. Like he's doing that. It's just like multi-layered. He's just like giving. No, he's Catholic. Rubio is Catholic. Yeah, he's just like giving. Like he's layering in, like it's just like love letter to Europe, demand reason you guys suck at something, love letter to Europe, thing you need to do better, love letter to Europe, thing you need to do better, love letter to Europe, thing you need to do better, love letter to Europe, like over and over. And it's like so seamless and built so perfectly. Didn't Rubio do the wall thing? I don't know what you're talking about. The wall thing. I don't know what wall thing you're referring to.
It was a foolish but voluntary transformation of our economy that left us dependent on others for our needs and dangerously vulnerable to crisis. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of little consequence. It was and continues to be a crisis which is transforming and destabilizing societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity.
I hear this speech from Rubio and it's amazing, but I see Carrie Broiler getting the boot from her position. Am I gaslighting myself? One, Rubio has nothing to do with that. So, like, appreciate Rubio for this without that. And the other thing is, as much as what she said was correct, the way she went about it was clearly designed to cause a scene and internal conflict within a body that is designed to be a campaign accomplishment. Okay, everything she said is correct. I don't think she should have gotten removed. However, she went about it in a way that was like really stupid. Like it was very low IQ because that body is designed to be a campaign accomplishment for the everyday American, right? For like the good old boy, big evangelicalism, like Southern Baptist, you know, like it's designed to be an accomplishment for those people. And she decided to make it a spectacle for people on Twitter with zero, like there was no preamble and like any like warning. She just suddenly was like, I'm going to make a spectacle out of this thing that is designed to make the entire administration look good. And I'm going to try to use it to make the administration look bad. And like, as much as I wish that the administration would go, well, we disagree with the way she went about that. We're going to talk to her about having these discussions in a different way and then move on. You have to understand that she did that for the purpose of getting removed from that body. She wanted to get removed from that body. She went about it in a way that was unappealing, frankly, like to normal people. Normal people are going to look at her. Like, I watched those videos and I was uncomfortable with the way she went about it. Like, not because of what she was saying, but just she was annoying. It's the same reason you watched the Pam Bondi hearing earlier this week and you're like, yeah, she's saying a lot of good stuff and she's right about immigration, and like the opposition research was interesting. Like, that was an interesting tactic, but also like the way she's acting is so annoying that I wish she would just shut up, and I hope she gets fired just because she's being so annoying that she's undercutting everything else. Like, she's making everyone else look bad. And Gary Broiler made everyone else look bad. Like, I hope you can understand what I'm saying. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but like, she made everyone look bad. She made everyone who holds that position look bad. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate the membership. Thank you so much. That's a great. But she made everyone else look bad. She did it to purposefully cause a scene in something that's supposed to be an uncontroversial campaign accomplishment. And she just like, and then her reaction afterwards was like on Twitter was to like, when you do something like that politically, you have to like say, oh, you know, like if she probably had the opportunity to at least, you know, walk it back, not walk back what she said, but like walk back the way she said stuff, Carrie did, like, or to try to mend the bridges, and instead she doubled down and became more annoying about it. Like, I'm sorry, but if you like, politics is not the option. The political influencing is about saying the most truth you can in the way that gets the most attention. Politics in operation in actual government is about doing the most good you can in the most action. And I'm sorry, but she was not doing that. Marco Rubio, former senator, secretary of state. Yeah, we're having a different discussion right now, but we're watching the Marco Rubio speech from the Munich Security Conference, and we're talking about different things within the Trump administration. Marco Rubio is a good example of this, right? Marco is saying these things to do, like, this speech is a great example of this going very well, you know? Yeah.
And the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South. Together, we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia. It is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people.
The person we were talking about was Carrie Broiler. She was on the, I forget what it was, like White House Religious Freedom Commission. She had like a low IQ anti-Semitism outburst. I don't even think what she said was anti-Semitic. She just said it, and she went about it in the most annoying, most confrontational, most attention-seeking way possible, and she lost her position for it.
People. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians.
This is so great, dude. Like, the delivery here is phenomenal. It's not like the UN can do good. It's not currently. And nobody can disagree. Nobody can disagree. Like, it's factually not possible. He's not saying the UN is useless, because then you can come up with a million things it's doing that are useful. What he's saying is it can do good, but here are all the things it can't do that are more important, that are super important, that are things it should be able to do. Like, this is brilliant.
And brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain the nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran. That required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice. In a perfect world, all of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world.
Dude, it's so...
And we can...
Yes. Yes. That's like he's saying, like, yeah, I understand. Like, what you guys are doing would work, and it should. It should work. What you guys are doing should work. It doesn't. It just doesn't. And nobody can disagree, because he's not saying you guys are useless or the way you want to do things are bad. He's just saying, like, factually it can't.
Not continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law which they themselves routinely violate. This is the path that President Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is the path we ask you here in Europe to join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline.
Yes. 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 Oh my gosh. Louder for the people in the back.
For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline.
Yes. W. By the way, I see on YouTube side that we have more people watching than it says on the on-stream thing. We have 10 people watching the horizontal stream, and there's 5 people watching on the short form stream, vertical form stream. So either way, if you're here and you haven't said hi yet, make sure to say hi in the chat so I can shout you out. Thank you for watching. So, oh, so good.
We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency.
Yes. Dude, everybody's talking about the managed decline quote, but the next thing he says, this is so good too. Like the managed decline quote. I mean, if we're ranking them, it's the definition of like Western civilization, then the managed decline quote. But then I think this is number 3, dude. And this quote goes, "This is hard, dude. This goes so hard."
It's a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency.
Oh, it's so cathartic to hear someone say that. Oh. Don't you just like do you feel like release? Like I feel like I actually feel like I just stretched. I feel like I just got in a really good stretch. Like it feels like weight just lifted off of me.
An alliance is what the alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our...
Oh my gosh. Dude. So good.
people, to safeguard our interests and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations.
Oh my God. He's just, dude. It's just like banger. Yeah, exactly. Banger, banger, Another one, another one, another one, another one.
An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control. One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. And one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way of life is just one among many, and that asks for permission before it acts. And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable. Because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond.
Dude, what? Oh my gosh. Dude, I love Big Mark, dude. I love Big Mark. I love Big Mark. Big Mark might be a top 5 all-time Secretary of State. Honestly. He might be top 3. He's in the GOAT conversation. Big Mark is in the GOAT conversation for Secretary of State. What do you want me to do about it? Like, he's in the GOAT conversation. I mean, you got to put him in the GOAT conversation. Secretary of State deals with all the foreign affairs, right? Venezuela, fixed. Iran nuclear, fixed with like one bombing. I mean, like, pretty cool. That's good that they fixed that. Like, Gaza, they're probably going to get Ukraine done. I mean, Trump gets a lot of credit for this, for being awesome, but like, this guy being in charge of that department, I mean, come on. Yeah, he's on a generational run from where he started in 26. Bro is the Kurt Signetti of Secretary of State. All right? What do you want me to do? He's the Kurt Signetti of Secretary of State. Everything great about JD from a domestic policy perspective is great. Is like Big Mark is as good from foreign policy and like leading foreign policy as JD is from a domestic policy perspective. It's just insane. How old is he? I think early 40s. Early 40s, I think. 54. All right, he's older than I thought he was. He's aging well. I mean, bro is aging well. Even the libs got to give it to Big Mark that he's aging remarkably well.
Acting together in this way, we will not just help recover a sane foreign policy. It will restore to us a clearer sense of ourselves. It will restore a place in the world. And in so doing, it will rebuke and deter the forces of civilizational erasure that today menace both America and Europe alike. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish. Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe. Our story began with an Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster that gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer.
Facts. I mean,
our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American West. These were born in Spain. And our largest and most iconic city was named New Amsterdam before it was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi lived in Casal Monferrato in the Kingdom of Piedmont, Sardinia. And Jose and Manuela Reina lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire. But here's what I'm certain of. They could have never imagined that 250 years later, one of their direct descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation.
Oh, I got chills. Dude. Dude, this, I mean, come on. I don't know who wrote this, but they need, like, whatever they're getting paid, it's not enough. Whatever they're being paid is not enough money.
And yet here I am, reminded by my own story that both our histories and our fates will always be linked. Together, we rebuilt a shattered continent in the wake of two devastating world wars. When we found ourselves divided once again by the Iron Curtain, the Free West linked arms with the courageous dissidents struggling against tyranny in the East to defeat Soviet communism. We have fought against each other, then reconciled, then fought, then reconciled again. And we have bled and died side by side on battlefields from Kapyong to Kandahar. And I'm here today to leave it clear that America is charting the path for a new century of prosperity, and that once again...
Is this on the level of Buchanan's speeches, in your opinion? This is a Buchanan level speech. Yes. This is a Buchanan level speech, right? Like, whoever wrote this, I don't know. I'm not saying they're as good as he is. I'm just saying this one is, like, written as good as Buchanan was consistently putting out. I will say that. Buchanan is the GOAT because he was consistently doing this good all the time. But whoever wrote this is on that level. And it's been a really long time since we've had a speech on that level.
We want to do it together with you, our cherished allies, and our oldest friends. We want to do it together with you.
Bro was crying. No judgment, but bro was crying. Look. I think this guy and this guy shed a tear just looking at him. I think they were giving a little weepy.
We want to do it together.
Yeah, they were getting a little weepy.
With you. With a Europe that is proud of its heritage and of its history. With a Europe that has the spirit of creation and liberty that sent ships out into uncharted seas and birthed our civilization. With a Europe that has the means to defend itself and the will to survive. We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century. But now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday is over. The future is inevitable. And our destiny together awaits. Thank you.
Can a brother not shed a tear? Can a brother not mourn the decay of his people? I mean, a brother can, dude. A brother can. He's going to get a standing ovation, too. Oh, they did a panel afterwards? I haven't seen the panel. Bro's like, I gotta take a selfie. I was here. For me for real? Me for real? Me for real? Bro, if I was in this room, I would have been crying. We gotta watch it. We're gonna watch the panel. We are gonna watch the panel. I promise we're gonna watch the panel. I would have been crying. If I was in this room, bro, I'm getting weepy. I'm getting weepy, dude. I almost cried.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure you heard the sigh of relief through this hall when we were just listening to what I would interpret as a message of reassurance, of partnership. You spoke of intertwined.
But bro, you don't understand. You need to vote for gay race communism because, dude, this is an all-time speech, Legate. This is an all-timer.
Relations.
JD had an all-timer at this conference last year.
Between the United States and Europe reminds me of statements made decades ago by your predecessors when the discussion was, is actually America a European power? Is America a power in Europe? Thank you for offering this message of reassurance about our partnership. This is actually not the first time that Marco Rubio is here at the Munich Security Conference. He's been here before, a couple of times, but it's the first time he has been, and he is the speaker as Secretary of State. So thank you again. We have only a couple of minutes now for just a few questions. And if I may, we collected questions from the audience. One of the sort of key issues here yesterday, today, is, of course, continues to be the question of...
I don't know who wrote this, Legate, but I want to buy him a beer, honestly. Whoever wrote this, bro, if you wrote this speech, DM me on Twitter. I'm buying you a beer. I mean, fuck, dude. That's the best speech. I mean, it's so good.
How to deal with the war in Ukraine. Many of us, in the discussions of the last day, last 24 hours, have voiced their impression that the Russians, let me put it colloquially, the Russians are playing for time. They're not really interested in a meaningful settlement. There is no indication that they're willing to compromise on any of their maximalist objectives. Offer to us, if you could, your assessment of where we are and where you think we can go.
Well, I think where we are at this point is that the issues...
Okay, this is going to be really interesting because we're going to go from kind of the theory, like what we would like, to where we are. So we're going to get to see in real time the application of theory, which I think is really cool. I think that's really, really cool that we're going to get to see in real time this application of theory.
That have to be, here's the good news. The good news is that the issues that need to be confronted to end this war have been narrowed. That's the good news. The bad news is they've been narrowed to the hardest questions to answer, and work remains to be done in that front. I hear your point about, well, the answer is we don't know. We don't know if the Russians are serious about ending the war. They say they are, and under what terms they were willing to do it, and whether we can find terms that are acceptable to Ukraine upon that Russia will always agree to. But we're going to continue to test it. In the meantime, everything else continues to happen. The United States has imposed additional sanctions on Russia's oil. In our conversations with India, we've gotten their commitment to stop buying additional Russian oil. Europe has taken its set of steps moving forward. The Pearl program continues, in which American weaponry is being sold for the Ukrainian war effort. So all these things continue. Nothing has stopped in the interim. So there's no buying of time here in that regard. What we can't answer, but we're going to continue to test, is whether there is an outcome that Ukraine can live with and that Russia will accept. And I would say it's been elusive up to this point. We've made progress in the sense that for the first time, I think, in years, at least at the technical level, there were military officials from both sides that met together last week, and there'll be meetings again on Tuesday, although it may not be the same group of people. Look, we're going to continue to do everything we can to play this role of bringing this war to the end. I don't think anybody in this room would be against a negotiated settlement to this war so long as the conditions are just and sustainable. And that's what we aim to achieve, and we're going to continue to try to achieve it, even as all these other things continue to happen on the sanctions front and so forth.
Thank you very much. I'm sure if we had more time, there would be many.
Not to sound stupid, but why do we have to be adversaries with Russia? It's no longer the USSR. We can be friendly. Let them have Ukraine. Why not? How does it hurt us? Russia is aligned with China. So while it is not in its name the United Soviet Republics, I don't know what the other S stood for. Self-report. It's not in name Soviet, but it has not changed much. And the guy in charge was literally a KGB agent. Russia is also culturally has more abortions per capita than any other nation. They're aligned with China, who is our enemy and is a communist enemy. They are one of our main oil competitors. If we align with them, they probably wouldn't be aligned with China. No. Geopolitics isn't that easy. You can't just, it's not like Risk where you can just go break your alliance with the other guy and sign up with us. They would have to also do things like cease to threaten Europe. They would have to do things like cease to support the Islamic republics. And these alliances are long-standing and generations old at this point, and breaking them is not a simple thing and would have vast domestic policy, vast domestic consequences for the Russians. My understanding is that they are allied with China because we keep pushing them. They're allied with China because they were allied with China when they were both communist. I mean, they're not the USSR, but they're still Russia, you know. Are they as big a threat as China is? No. Are they as big a threat as Venezuela is? No, but they're allied with all the people who are bigger threats to us. So, yeah, I mean, international geopolitics is not a game of Risk or a game of Axis and allies where you can just say, oh, change your alliance, right? And this also isn't the early 20th century anymore, where changing your alliance is as easy as signing a piece of paper and buying stuff from other people. You know, your economic and technological infrastructure on which you run your country is dependent upon these other countries that you're allied with. You know, like the United States is part of this thing called Five Eyes, where we share intel with other countries, and other countries share intel with us in the CIA and the intelligence communities internationally, right? And it's not easy for us to just be like, oh, we would like to join up with these people now, because you also would have to get permission of all those other countries who have their own reasons for not allying with Russia, right? And so there's too many interlacing dependencies upon things that have enmity involved, which I just don't think it's possible. Yeah. How come I can't see the rest of the live chat? It's on the horizontal stream, that's why. Yeah, it's on the horizontal stream. Thank you for being here, Wellsworth. Sorry. Well, but if go back, we had an alliance with them when they had won it after the fall of the USSR. Should we have pushed them away when we did at the fall of the USSR? That's a different question, and one that I haven't read enough or understand enough to answer. But can we do it now? No, it's just not possible for either side, as far as I understand.
Questions on Ukraine, but let me conclude by asking a question about something entirely different. The next speaker here in just a couple of minutes will be the Foreign Minister of China. When you served in the Senate, sir, people considered you a kind of a China hawk,
So did they.
So did they.
Yeah.
We know that there will be, in about 2 months' time, a summit meeting between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. Give us your expectation. Are you optimistic? Can there be a quote-unquote deal with China? What do you expect?
Well, I would say this. The two largest economies in the world, two of the big powers on the planet, we have an obligation to communicate with them and talk, and so do many of you on a bilateral basis as well. I mean, it would be geopolitical malpractice to not be in conversations with China. I would say this, because we're two large countries with huge global interests, our national interests will often not align. Their national interests and ours will not align, and we owe it to the world to try to manage those as best we can, obviously avoiding conflict, both economic and worse. And so it's important for us to have communications with them in that regard. On areas in which our interests are aligned, I think we can work together to make positive impact on the world, and we seek opportunities to do that with them. But we have to have a relationship with China, and many of the countries represented here today are going to have a relationship with China, always understanding that nothing that we agree to could come at the expense of our national interest. And frankly, we expect China to act in their national interest, as we expect every nation state to act in their national interest. And the goal of diplomacy is to try to navigate those times in which our national interests come into conflict with one another, always hoping to do it peacefully. I think we also have a special obligation, because whatever happens between the U.S. and China on trade has a global implication. So there are long-term challenges that we face that we're going to have to confront, that are going to be irritants in our relationship with China. That's not just true for the United States, that's true for the broader West. But I do think we need to try to manage those the best we can to avoid, unnecessary friction if it's possible. But no one is under any illusion.
Boosting the Quad is something I'm unsure about. Do we really want a strong India? They're pagan and have infiltrated many Western nations. I do understand wanting USA assets decreased in PACOM. Yeah, I don't think I think I would probably disagree, not with you, but I would agree with you that, like, I don't think that having like a strong India is a great idea. I think geopolitically it's a realist play to say they are going to be strong. Just based on size, it would be surprising if they don't become a major economic player in the next 10 to 20 years on the global scale. And so we have to, like he's talking about with China, we're just going to have some type of relationship with them. And when you have a relationship with somebody, you have to sometimes give them things they want, is how I would probably navigate that at like a 50,000 foot level. I didn't say 30,000 on purpose. Like, I'm going higher than 30,000. But I think I generally agree with you. I just think you have to keep in mind that when you're doing economic and international politics, you have to sometimes give the people you're negotiating and interacting with what they want, which they want to be stronger, and they should. That's how they ought. That's how a nation ought to act. So I hope that makes sense.
There are some fundamental challenges between our countries and between the West and China that will continue for the foreseeable future for a variety of reasons. And it's some of the things we hope to work together with you on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We've run out of time. I'm sorry that I can't take questions from all those who wanted to ask questions. Mr. Secretary of State, thank you for this message of reassurance. I think this is much appreciated here in the hall. Let's offer a round of applause.
All right, cool. Okay, we are going to watch not all of this. I promise not all of this. We're probably only going to watch half of this, just skipping through it to the parts where they talk about Jeremy Carl.
We have zero tolerance.
Yeah, I view India similarly to how you view China. Yeah, I agree with you. I think I agree with you on that. That I think I view India similarly to how we view China, and how I would view China, and that's why I'm saying, like, the things he's saying about China, I would echo about India. So, yeah, I'm gonna grab some water. I will be right back. I'm gonna run an ad. I'm gonna lose the wool jacket, and we're gonna watch this, and then that'll probably be it for the night. I got water. I also got this. Saxophone. Chat, we must make our own jazz. Sorry, guys. I'm really trying not to get copyright struck. Look, if I could just play, if I could just put on Stay With Me, we would be fine. But I can't, so. All right, we're going to put this on 1.5 speed for the opening statements. And then we'll for the opening statements of the chair and the ranking member. Then we'll slow it down. And yes. Here we go.
For interruptions, as has been demonstrated quite well in recent times. Senator Blunt, so good to see you back again. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you. I think what we're going to do here is I'm going to make a few remarks, and then I'm going to turn it over to Senator Shaheen. Then we'll hear from each of the, we'll have people who do introductions, so you can leave if you'd like to leave. Then we'll hear from the nominees. So thank you to the nominees and especially to the families who also help whenever we have, whenever their spouses or loved ones participate in government operations. The families also provide as much sacrifice as the actual nominees do. So thank you to the families for being here today, too. Mr. Long, Iceland is a critical partner of the United States in protecting our homeland from threat and advancing resources. If confirmed as ambassador, I encourage you and China efforts.
So this hearing's ambassador of Iceland. The position Jeremy Carl's up for, Undersecretary of State for Ocean Stuff, and a fourth thing that was so unimportant I couldn't really remember it.
That will be necessary. I look forward to hearing how you will work with Iceland to improve our bilateral relationship and other nations paying billions every year. Yet the return on our investment for the American taxpayer is, at best, questionable. President Trump and Congress have made clear that the status quo with the UN and other international organizations is no longer acceptable. As Assistant Secretary for International Organization Affairs, you will be responsible for continuing President Trump's strong reform agenda, including the option to withdraw from any of these various UN organizations that are not meeting our standards. In addition to reducing the size of the UN and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, you will also have to deal with the organizations discussing. In 2020, I published a report outlining how, with our international organization, makes America safer and better off. A heavy lift, to say the least.
All right,
Mr. Sweeney, as you know, the Asian
skip the
Development
opening
Bank occupies a unique
statements.
position among the global development banks in its ability to directly counter China's predatory economic coercion in the region. In recent years, the ADB has provided high quality. We're always happy to have you return.
Chairman, great to be with you. Great to be with my friend Senator Shaheen, my other friends on the committee, and to be here to introduce my longtime friend Billy Long to the committee. Many of you know him. Many of the committee members are going to know him from service in the House and in other ways, but they don't know him as long as I've known him. Billy and I have been friends for it. And him to the committee.
Well done, as always, if you'd like to be. So with that, Senator Daines, I understand you'd like the floor.
Chairman Rich, thank you. Ranking members.
Are we pulling up senators grading? If you guys want to, you can. But most of these will be pretty obvious, and we're not really looking at senators today. We're more focused on Jeremy Carl and how cool he is.
Shaheen, thank you as well. I'm delighted to introduce Jeremy Carl from my hometown of Bozeman, Montana. I'll get to his professional experience in a bit, but I'd like to first share a bit more on his personal side. I've gotten to know Jeremy well over the past several years. Jeremy has a lovely family, 5 children, 3 sons, 2 daughters, a wonderful wife, Dr. Anna Carl, an emergency room physician. We've had a lot of great discussions over the years, ranging from everything, very Montana stories of hunting and fishing, as well as politics. And we also share a common admiration for President Reagan.
Yeah, no, I know.
Jeremy also has had a very distinguished professional.
Bro, Rish forgot to mute his microphone. Also, you got to give the boomers Reagan. We've come to this conclusion on the stream that the boomers like Reagan too much, and we're just gonna have to go. All right.
Career where his work took him from technology to the NGO world, from Yale to Harvard to Stanford. As we say in Montana, go get a good education, then get over it. And his current role now at the Claremont Institute. He spent almost a decade as a research fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, where his scholarship was frequently cited by public policy professionals, including Nobel Prize recipients and political leaders from both parties. Relevant to this committee, he was hired at Hoover directly by the late U.S. Secretary of State George Shultz, who worked with President Reagan to win the Cold War, and with whom he worked closely for a decade on numerous policy issues, working with political leaders and distinguished diplomats from America to India to Israel. While at Hoover, Shultz praised Mr. Carl's work, citing his, quote, mastery of subject matter and, quote, the integrity he brought to his work, and he also added his seemingly boundless capacity to explore new avenues of research. The clear support and respect that Secretary Shultz had for Jeremy is a very strong endorsement of his candidacy for this important role.
What is this
Jeremy
guy up
also
for? I don't remember, and it doesn't matter. He's just too good. It's something that sounds unimportant, but is actually important. Assistant Secretary of State on international organizations. It sounds unimportant, but it's very important.
I had the privilege of previously serving America as a deputy assistant.
Let's look it up. Let's look up what that does. Assistant Secretary of State for International Organization Affairs. Bureau of Internal Organization Affairs is a bureau of the United States Department of State that creates and executes U.S. policy in the United Nations and other international organizations. The IO is charged with developing and implementing policies of the United States government with respect to the United Nations and its affiliated agencies, as well as within certain other internal organizations. The Bureau of Internal Organization Affairs was created in order to strengthen U.S. involvement in important international relations. So he's... Yeah. Look, I mean... He's Marco's assistant, all right? He's up to be Big Mark's assistant, okay? He's up to be Jeremy Carl is nominated to be Big Mark's top guy. Is that good, chat? Are we good? He's nominated to be Big Mark's top guy. I feel like that should explain it to chat. I feel like chat will get that.
Secretary of the Interior under President Trump in the first Trump administration. I'm very pleased to introduce him to this committee. I look forward to having him serve in this important role.
Thanks so much, Senator. We really appreciate that. And now we're going to hear from each of the nominees. We ask you to keep it to about 5 minutes. If you have things you want to put in addition to that, we have unlimited room in the record, and we'll be happy to include anything that you want to include on the record. So with that, we'll start with you, Mr. Brooks.
Grateful for the trust that President Trump has placed in me to guard America's interests at the United Nations and broader multilateral system. If confirmed, I will work to advance this vision by holding
this is our guy
to appear before. Thank you so much, Chairman Risch, Member Shaheen, distinguished members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I'm honored to appear before you today as President Trump's nominee for Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of International Organization Affairs at the Department of State. I'm deeply grateful for the trust that President Trump has placed in me to guard America's interests at the United Nations and broader multilateral system. If confirmed, I will work to advance this vision by holding the UN and international organizations accountable, promoting transparency, and ensuring that the U.S. taxpayer's contributions to these organizations delivers tangible results that align with our national interest.
There you go. That's
I'd
what
like
he's
to
up
begin by
for.
acknowledging 3 people who are sadly no longer with us, because without them, I would certainly not be sitting before you today. In my career, I had the tremendous privilege of learning at the side of the late Secretary of State George Shultz, for whom I served as the right-hand man for almost a decade while a research fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford. During my time with Secretary Shultz, I collaborated with some of America's and the world's greatest diplomats. I also want to acknowledge the late Kenyan professor of Harvard University, Calestis Juma, who was my first mentor in this field of I.O. when I was a graduate student, my first professional champion, and the first person who allowed me to work within the UN system. Third, I would...
Jeremy Carl wrote The Unprotected Class. Which is a book on anti-white racism. There you go. How's that, chat? He wrote the Unprotected Class: How Anti-White Racism is Tearing America Apart. If you don't want to buy the book, I believe Mr. Carl was on Orrin McIntyre's show, which, as everyone in chat will know, is a 10 out of 10 recommend podcast on the Saturday Night Sanity Revolt.
There's just people.
I have finished this, by the way. I just was listening to it again. That's why it's halfway played. I have listened to this. I don't want anybody in chat to think that I haven't listened to it.
So he had to create his own, institution, and
so this is Jeremy Carl. If you cannot afford the book or don't have the time to read and or listen to it for some reason, Wild YouTube recommended. Hey, what are you talking about? Flesh Sim? Flesh Sims makes good content. If you're into weird conspiracy adjacent stuff, it's pretty good content. The Epstein, this is a fun one. It's good content. It's actually very good content. Very interesting, very unique stuff. He's very weird, pretty lib, so I wouldn't recommend his political takes, but his conspiracy stuff is really cool. And he's very well researched on conspiracies. So it's pretty neat. The Unprotected Class is $2 on the Kindle version. So I would recommend getting it. I would recommend the print version. I would recommend $2 for the Kindle version. And if you can't afford either of those, no judgment. We've all been there. I would recommend listening to him on Orrin or listening to any of the podcasts he's appeared on. He's appeared on a lot of podcasts. Also, to the comment about his tie, he's an academic. They look funky sometimes.
I'd like to thank the late Charlie Kirk, who was a peerless leader in the conservative movement, a longtime supporter of me and my work.
I feel really bad that I paused right before he was going to thank Charlie Kirk now. I actually do feel legitimately bad about that. Man. Can I talk about, we'll go back to that, but this is really, this is related. This, We Are Charlie Kirk song that, liberals and streamers that has become a meme, that has actually kind of started to piss me off. That people are making that light of it already. That really pisses me off. And I understand some of the, stuff about Erica. Maybe there are questions, and I don't have answers to them, so I'm not going to tell people not to ask them. But when it becomes a joke and a meme, that reaches a level of irreverence that I think is really disgusting. When mocking his widow becomes a meme. If you have questions about her, that's one thing, but the mocking of his memory via mocking his widow, or making light of his memory via mocking his widow, and I've been seeing a lot of it recently, and it's just really pissing me off. Yeah. So, I don't know. You can call me a plural clutcher, call me soft if you want, but those things have been really pissing me off. He's a good man who did a lot of good for us. And I think his memory deserves more respect than it's getting.
Of America's and the world's greatest diplomats. I also want to acknowledge the late Kenyan professor of Harvard University, Calestis Juma, who was my first mentor in this field of I.O. when I was a graduate student, my first professional champion, and the first person who allowed me to work within the UN system. Third, I would like to thank the late Charlie Kirk, who was a peerless leader in the conservative movement, a longtime supporter of me and my work, and a champion of my candidacy for this position. The loss that I feel from his passing, both personally and professionally, is incalculable. I also want to thank all of my colleagues at the Claremont Institute, and in particular, Claremont.
I really appreciate that. That's a good, simple thank you to him. And then, yeah. Yeah. Hi, Happy. I'm glad you're here, buddy.
President Ryan Williams, who have been so supportive of my work. And I would like to thank Senator Daines of this committee for his kind introduction, and whom I've been privileged to get to know well over the past several years, and who has been a constant source of encouragement and sound advice as I have navigated this process.
He's a great nominee. He's effectively nominated to be Marco Rubio's right-hand man in the State Department for things specifically relating to international organizations like the UN and stuff like that, UNESCO. So, yeah.
Finally, and most importantly, I'd like to thank my wife Anna and our 5 children for their support. If I'm confirmed, these are the people who are going to suffer the most by my largely being absent and from our home in Montana while I'm working in Washington, D.C. and abroad, and yet they have been unfailingly supportive of me and my desire to serve under President Trump and Secretary Rubio. As President Trump has said, the UN has potential, but it needs renewed focus as it has strayed far beyond its original purpose of solving international disputes peacefully. The United States must lead this effort to demand accountability and results from the UN to move the institution back to its founding purpose. If confirmed, I will refocus the UN system on its foundation. I will work to refocus the UN system on its foundational mission. International organizations exist to advance the interests of sovereign nations. They are not global legislatures or independent sources of moral, legal, or political authority. By restoring the UN's credibility and effectiveness, we can better protect U.S. interests and foster a more stable and secure world. The inefficiencies within and bureaucratic sprawl within the UN and other IOs have long been a source of frustration for member states, including the United States. These institutions are often burdened by duplicative mandates, bloated budgets, and a lack of accountability for results. This undermines their ability to deliver on their mission, and if confirmed, I will prioritize management reform to streamline operations, eliminate waste, ensure that these organizations operate with the efficiency and effectiveness that our country and taxpayers deserve. A leaner and more focused UN is in America's interest, and I look forward to working with our colleagues at our U.S. missions in New York and other UN capitals to achieve that one goal, one that the mission teams are already excelling at right now. In December, U.S. leadership resulted in the historic staffing and budget cuts at the UN, a 15% reduction in budget, and an elimination of 2,900 positions. The United States is the largest financial donor to the UN system and other international organizations. Yet all too often, our resources are used to support programs and agendas that run fundamentally counter to our values and interests. Frequently, our allies do not vote with us while privately signaling their agreement with us. This is unacceptable. American taxpayers should not fund initiatives that undermine America's interests. Our determination was made clear on January 7th when the President announced that he would withdraw from 66 international organizations that he deemed to be redundant in scope, mismanaged, or incompatible with U.S. foreign policy. The United States should only engage in international organizations when it advances the national interests. If confirmed, I will work to ensure that every dollar the United States contributes to international organizations is spent wisely and in line with our national priorities. By taking a principled and strategic approach to our funding, we can ensure that America's voice and values remain at the forefront of the multilateral system. Distinguished members of this committee, I am confident that with strong leadership and a clear vision, we can ensure that international organizations once again serve as effective tools for advancing peace, security, and prosperity. I pledge to work to restore the effectiveness and integrity of international organizations while ensuring that they serve the purposes for which they were created. As Secretary Rubio has said, America first does not mean America alone. Our role in the multilateral system will continue and will indeed be changing, but it does not mean we won't be active in it. If confirmed, I will dedicate myself to this mission and working in close partnership with Congress to uphold the values and priorities of the American people. Thank you for your time, your questions, and your consideration of my nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Mr. Burke, or Mr.
There you go. So, big brain. He's an academic. He's up for a position that has a lot to do with international stuff. All right. Let's get to Shaheen. Rish has no questions for Carl because he knows the Democrats are only going to talk to Carl. So let's go.
By him be entered into the record?
They'll be put in the record.
Thank you. I also ask that. Mr. Chairman, I have some letters of opposition and op-eds that are regarding Mr. Carl's nomination. I ask that they be entered into the record.
They'll be entered in the record.
Thank you. I also ask that certain articles and tweets by him be entered into the record.
They'll be put in the record.
Thank you. Mr. Carl, you've argued that feminism has led to a downfall in American society. You've written that the Civil Rights Act has warped American culture.
True. Facts. Factual. Accurate.
You've argued that the United States should be a white Christian nation. You also wrote that a post-feminist America is one of falling fertility, rapidly rising out of wedlock births, and religious collapse. In October of 2024, you...
Yeah, do you guys see why I told you everybody needs to call? All right, here's your call to action for the week. All right, get out your phone. Everybody get out your phone. Why are they playing his highlight reel? Dude, so true. Everybody get out your phone right now. I want you to set an alarm for 12 p.m. on Monday that says call senators. And I want you on 12 p.m. at Monday when you know that your senators, 12 p.m. Eastern, when you know your senators, D.C. offices will be open. I want you to call their D.C. offices, and I want you to say, I am calling to voice my support for Jeremy Carl. Please vote for his nomination. All right? Ping the Discord, lol. I will do that. It's President's Day Monday. D.C. will be closed. I want you to set an alarm for Tuesday at 12 p.m. Set an alarm Tuesday, 12 p.m. that says call senators. I will ping the Discord Tuesday at 12 p.m. I want everybody to call their senator and say, I would like to voice my support for Jeremy Carl. Please vote in favor of Jeremy Carl's nomination.
Stated on the Christian Ghetto podcast that, and I quote, Jews have often loved to play the victim, that the Holocaust dominates so much of modern Jewish history, and that Jews love to see themselves as oppressed. In 2024, you wrote that you want America to be a Christian nation, and you continued to make anti-Semitic and racist comments even after your nomination was announced.
You want America to be a Christian nation is if that's not anti-Semitic. It's not anti-Semitic. That's just not anti-Semitic.
Last year. You know, Mr. Carl, in this committee, we've heard from many nominees who have said things that we don't agree with. But since your nomination, you've tweeted more than 850 times, appeared on 5 podcasts.
Yeah, here's the other thing. Do you guys want more people like this to be in power? You do? Well, Mr. Carl's probably going to find more people like him and put them in his office. Do you want more people like Mr. Carl to have power to raise more people up? You do? You should buy his book. Buy the book. Buy the book.
And repeated this language. This is a pattern. So how can this committee trust that you can represent the United States of America to the rest of the world in an unbiased manner when you have taken no steps to restrain your conduct after your nomination?
Senator, thank you very much for this this question. I didn't recognize a couple of those quotes, but
Well, they're accurate. I can assure you
I'll take
they
your
are.
word for it that they are.
He does this every time he gets a quote. Like, you said this on this podcast. He's like, I don't remember saying that, but I probably did. I don't remember saying that. I probably did it, though. Like, bro, it's so Kino.
In fact, accurate for the record. Senator Shaheen, I'm greatly understand the importance of restraint and conduct. I unfortunately have to balance that with my current job, which involves advocacy. And I can't, as I've explained, just totally put away my day job. I'm not being offered a job here yet. I'm trying to hopefully be offered a job.
Mr. Carl, it's hard to understand how we can trust you if you can't even restrain yourself during the period in which you've been nominated. Mr. Long, thank you for your comments. I am about any of ICE show that was kind of cares.
Don't care. Shut up. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Heard my that. President
Yo, okay, here's the thing.
And the team mission for you. All I've got to say on that.
Well, thank you for representing this country. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Here's the thing. Okay, here's something funny. What is the funniest? You know how they all like to wear that pin with the U.S. flag with some other flag to be like, oh, I'm in favor of this alliance. What's the funniest one? Like, what's the funniest national flag you could put up? Because I always thought it would be really funny to wear like a U.S. Sri Lanka flag. Just like something insane that nobody believes you actually think is important. But you're just doing it for the meme to make fun of like the like dual allegiance thing. What's the funniest flag you could put up, guys? Two USA flags? I mean, yeah, but I'm come on. Like I'm trying to think of something that's like hilarious. The best one would be some country that doesn't exist. U.S. Zimbabwe. Oh. Not Zimbabwe. USA Rhodesia. Flags. Pin. USA Rhodesia flag. Yeah, the USA and like Rhodesia. You guys know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like this kind of pin right here, but like with the Rhodesian flag. Just do you Rhodesia and Zimbabwe. Just the Rhodesian flag would be so funny. You just show up with a Rhodesian flag. Just no USA flag, just Rhodesia. That's so funny. Put Rhodesia in quotes. Bro, I put Rhodesia in quotes and I'm still getting Rhode Island. Wales, that's a good one. I am Welsh. I am Welsh. I am Welsh. I misspelled flag. I'm retarded. Who said Wales is not real? Dude, I'm so tempted to ban you. Fuck you, dude. Wales is real. We are Britain is a bunch of colonizers that stole Wales from us. There it is. The USA Wales flag pin. Hilarious. Britain stole Wales from us. They're on stolen land.
Senator
The Anglos stole the land from us rightful owners, us Welshmen.
Shaheen. Senator Curtis.
Thank you. Mr. Carl, I think
Bro, I hate you guys. The Welsh are black, few know this. Bro, what is she drinking? She's got her cup with like
Senator
4
Curtis.
cups.
Thank you. Mr. Carl,
Oh, it's coffee in like 2 cups so she doesn't burn her hands. And the two-handed sip with the open... All right, actually... You think this is the bitchy way to... I think this is the cozy way. I was literally about to be like, actually, no hate. I can't hate on the... the cozy coffee sip. I was about to say I can't hate on the cozy coffee sip. But of course, chat is immediately like, yo, fuck her.
I think I heard in your testimony something very similar to this, but core among U.S. interests at international organizations is the protection of U.S. sovereignty and our national security, and I'm sure that we agree on this. What I didn't hear, and what is important to me, high among these interests is the protection of our allies, namely Israel and Taiwan, both of which are consistently mistreated in these international organizations. And as Assistant Secretary
For
members. Oh, no. Oh, it's okay. We can find it. We got it.
Israel and...
All right. Israel and Taiwan. Whatever. Curtis. I think Curtis is the... Yeah, Curtis is the Utah guy who is actually the possible no vote that would screw us over. Because there's no way Collins and Murkowski are going to vote for Jeremy Carl. They're just not going to do it. But John Curtis is from Utah, and he might be the third vote that would screw us over and make us lose.
and Taiwan, both of which are consistently mistreated in these international organizations.
All right, this guy's from Utah, okay? I have a Santa Pez dispenser. My grandma just sent me my Christmas gifts, actually, this week. One of them was a Santa Pez dispenser.
And as Assistant Secretary for International Organizations, I view...
I will find you and kill you. Gee, Schnickel, tell me that ain't a bitch sipping coffee. Bro, what's wrong with the two-handed sip? It's cozy. I don't do it all the time. Most of the time I'm one-handed, get stuff done sipper. But if you're in a cozy mood, tell me when you're in a cozy mood, you ain't two-handed sipping some hot chocolate.
One of your core responsibilities to counter the systemic anti-Semitism and anti-Israel bias in international organizations. Israel rarely asks for direct military intervention from the United States, but it does ask for diplomatic support and helping. So in your podcast of October 24, you said the United States spends too much time and energy on Israel, often to the detriment of our own national interest. So share with me specifically what is in the U.S. interest that has been harmed by sustained American support of Israel.
Senator, thank you for that question. It's a good one. And I think in the context of this particular role, actually, we are Israel's closest ally. I mean, in that.
Yeah, so how is it?
That
okay, do you guys hear this? This is A+ politicking. I'm not pulling up Will's map. It says black people are or Welsh people are black. I know it does. I will kill you all. It's not there. I'm looking at the Discord and it's not there. Bro, I just found it. I hate you guys. I hate you guys. It just says Ireland. Okay, hold on. Actually, I will pull this up because it's just a self-report from Will. I will pull this up. This is fucking hilarious. Bro, it's just the only people it says true Aryans is Ireland and Scotland or Aryans under foreign occupation. Oh my gosh. Blasians. Bro, this is catastrophic. Who made this? Is hilarious. No, wait. Wales is right here. It says fallen brother peoples. Wales is right here. This is Wales. Haha, your own map kicks your ass. Suck it, bitch. This is so funny. Why is this is hilarious. You guys are out of pocket. Map January 25. Yeah, Wales is fallen people. So I'm right. So you agree with me. The English stole our land. We need our land back. Losers. We need our land back. You guys want more esoteric YouTube recommendations? Not esoteric, but like niche YouTube recommendations? There's this guy on YouTube. His name is, I can't think of his name. Welsh history videos. Cambrian Chronicles. This guy. These videos rock. This is largely just Welsh history. It's so good. It's so good. I cannot recommend this guy's content enough. It is so good. I love this guy's content. Cambrian Chronicles on YouTube. I don't know if it's funny. It's just like I don't like find it primarily like comedy. It's like got some funny parts. But this stuff is, I mean, the like actual research he does is phenomenal. Like his actual research is bar none. I don't know why I'm not subscribed. Let me throw that sub on there. The Missing Kingdoms is a great one. Wikipedia's King Who Doesn't Exist is a great one. The Last Celts in England. The Mystery of England's Oldest Name. This is a great one. Dude, this video, 37 minutes
There's
long.
been an
37 minutes of S tier content. There's no point in this video where I was like, I'm bored, I'm going to click away. This video rocks.
argument going on for the past 20 years. An argument that, unless you're in the right place at the right time, you've likely never seen before. Despite this, thousands of words have been exchanged on this.
Yeah, dude, it's so good. Should I learn to speak Welsh? Chat. Should I learn to speak Welsh? The Wikipedia King video is also a banger. I love the Throiger video, though, about England's oldest name. I should not learn to speak Welsh. Purgative Voice says, you're American. I feel like learning to speak Welsh, which is like a useless language, but it's just fun to know, is purely because it's my history and my heritage, is pretty chill. Welsh language is more fake than the history, bruh. I feel like learning it because even though I can't use it, but it's just my heritage. Is pretty cool. There are 3 places outside the United States I would visit. I would visit. There are 4 places outside the United States I would visit. I would visit 1, the Vatican, Rome. I would make a pilgrimage. 2, I would visit the Holy Land. 3, I would visit Japan because I think Japan is such a unique kind of country, in that it's like still homogenous and has like such its own culture that you can't really experience anywhere else in a way that's incredibly unique. Like it's a kind of experience you can't get anywhere else on the world. I would visit there because I think seeing that kind of homogeneity and that much like unity in a country would be encouraging and a good spiritual experience in a weird way. And I would visit Wales because that's my heritage.
So I think in the UN context, I wish.
Okay, sorry. I want to go back to this. Let's listen to his answer again.
We are Israel's role. Thank you for that question. It's a good one, and I think in the context of this.
In the context of this particular role, modifier.
Particular role, actually, we are Israel's closest ally.
We are Israel's closest ally. Not Israel is our greatest ally. We are Israel's closest ally. So this is just true right now, right? Okay. We are Israel's closest ally. And in the context of this particular role, so in the context of international organizations, we are Israel's closest ally. Great answer. Right? Because he's not saying anything like, he's not actually denying anything he said, but he's talking about, thank you, I couldn't get to the mute button fast enough. But he's talking about his, like, the job I'm up for right now, in the context of that job. In the context of that job, we are Israel's closest ally. So this is kind of like when in a job interview, okay, when in a job interview, you get asked about a specific thing that you don't necessarily agree with, but in your industry is kind of an accepted fact. And so you say, yeah, and when I'm working on X thing, this da-da-da-da-da.
I mean,
he could learn to speak without stumbling over his words. Once again, he's an academic. Let's keep that in mind. We're talking about, this is an academic. This isn't a politician. This is an academic.
In that.
Yeah, so how is it?
In that. So I think in the UN context, I wish the UN would stop being anti-Semitic all the time. And so therefore we could stop, there's a million other problems like the Rohingya, South.
So the UN being anti-Semitic all the time. That's true. The UN has crossed the line from anti-Zionism into anti-Semitism, I think. I mean, I don't have any sources readily available for that because, once again, this is a live stream where I do this all off the cuff, basically, to just experience how I ingest and output politics for you guys. But the point he's making is that whether or not you agree with that, the point he's making is that there are more important things for them to do, which even if you are like, and I know some of you guys are further right than me, even if you think that the UN isn't being anti-Semitic all the time, you would have to agree that there are more important things that the UN could be doing.
That thought, because I kind of want to come back to that, but let me just clarify. Do you think it's all one directional? And what I mean by that is it's all U.S. going to help Israel? And do you recognize the intelligence, the military innovations and things like that that come back to the United States?
No, I'm so glad you mentioned that, Senator Curtis. So I, as mentioned before, spent 10 years under one of the greatest friends of Israel
So Israel helps us, right? And his answer is, I spent 10 years under one of the greatest friends of Israel.
The U.S. diplomatic corps has ever had, and Secretary Schultz. Charlie Kirk was also probably second to no one in America in terms of his.
Let me just rein you in here because that's not going in the direction of my answer. Let me ask this: do you
Now, okay, we have to respect Senator Curtis, like, catching all of this. All right? Like, let's observe this like you would observe a sport, okay? When you see somebody do something insane for the other team, you're like, "Dang. I'm not happy he did that." That's really impressive. Imagine you're from Alabama and you're watching the Rose Bowl, and a 5'9" defensive back lays a hit on your quarterback so hard that he breaks his ribs and fumbles the ball. If you're from Alabama, you're like, damn, that really sucks that happened. But it is impressive. And Curtis catching all of this in real time, like, it sucks. But it's impressive that he's catching all of it in real time.
view diplomatic support as important or critical? Do you view diplomatic support as important or critical, or does that fall in the too much time and energy?
Senator, I think, thank you for that question. I think diplomatic support of Israel in the UN context is absolutely critical.
In the UN context. Once again, he's saying, look, in the UN context. All these modifiers make what he's saying, like, what he's saying is, hey, in the UN context, when we're looking at the UN, it's important to support Israel because the people who hate Israel hate us, right? And they vote against Israel to vote against us. They're not actually concerned about Israel. They're concerned about us. Which is really interesting.
Are there other allies for whom you believe the United States spends too much time and energy?
Senator, it would depend, thank you for the question, on the situation. But in the UN context, I want to be very clear that we have to be by Israel's side because nobody else is going to be by Israel's side. And you see the effects of the systemic anti-Semitism that is rife throughout the UN system. It's one of
So remember earlier what he said that what he would call the anti-Semitism was what is like just distracting from the things the UN should be doing that would have better effects? Do you see that? He said that it was distracting from the things that would have better effects. And now he's saying in the UN context, we have to be by Israel's side because of this anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism, whatever you guys can all feel however you want about it. But what's important here, let's look at what's important here, right? Is that he's talking about in the UN context, we have to be by their side so that, and earlier he said, because we want them to focus on other things. This is like somebody else said earlier, very good politicking.
of the reasons that we've withdrawn from several major UN organizations.
Do you see how difficult it is for you when approached by these other countries and you hear that line from them for you to defend what you just said when you've made these other comments? How do you say to some of these other foreign nations diplomats when they echo that same thinking that you have echoed that they're wrong?
Could you, I'm sorry, Senator, I want to make sure that I understand your question.
Well, okay, so let me give you a specific. On that same podcast, the host, and I understand this is the host, it's not you.
Yeah.
He criticized Jews for claiming special victim status because of the Holocaust. He said that the state of Israel is not a victim, but instead a perpetrator, and said, how long are you going to rest on the Holocaust based on how you were treating the Palestinians? Now, that was the host, but this was your response. Right, yeah. No, I mean, I think that's true. So given that, when asked by other diplomats who do come with these agendas that you referred to in your remarks, how do you push back on that when you didn't push back on that moderator?
Sure, Senator. First of all, thank you for the question. And I would have to review the podcasting question that you're mentioning. I do a lot of podcasts, and I'm not familiar with it.
I've given you your exact words.
But no, I'm sure that they're accurate. I'm sure that they're accurate.
I love it.
Trust me, those diplomats also
yeah,
know your exact words. So let me ask you this question. Do you believe that it is remotely acceptable to compare the Holocaust to the war launched after October 7th?
Absolutely not, Senator.
The war launched after October 7th. Which is interesting, right? That's once again not talking about the domestic. You see what I'm saying? He's getting around all these questions. Very, very, like, they're fine technicalities, but they're what this guy wants to hear without lying. It's very impressive.
Well, I'm out of time. We only give us 5 minutes. I think you can sense from my questions, my concerns. You have been nominated to some random position to a post where your views, for instance, to Iceland, right, where you get a second chance on these issues. But you're the principal manager of the U.S. multilateral policy. An anti-Israel bias in international organizations is part of, and you know this, of a broader strategy to undermine the United States, our legitimacy.
Once again, that's not what he asked.
And so I don't know that I've been convinced that you understand the threat posed to the West in the narrative, and I regret that I'm out of time. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Curtis. Senator Rose.
Senator Curtis, well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, for holding this hearing. And Senator Curtis, I really want to thank you for your comments and your concerns, and always for your kindness. It is much appreciated, because I, too, today want to speak plainly about the deeply troubling nomination of Mr. Jeremy Carl.
All right,
it's not
this
a close
is going to be
call.
a rehash, so we're going to skip this.
Folks attending MLK breakfast. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I share concern about the troubling points of view you've expressed. Here we are in February, and February often starts.
Dude, I want to know what they're talking about, but his mic's on, but I can't make it out over this other guy.
With folks attending MLK breakfast, thinking about some of the points he made for inclusion. And I think a phrase that resonates across America is when he said, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will be judged someday, or that we will one day live in a nation where they will be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character."
Deeply troubling, G-Schnickel.
And yet you
Deeply
devote
troubling.
yourself to judging people by the color of their skin. And I find that type of prejudice unacceptable. And I think it would be absolutely unacceptable for you to represent the United States in an international body. So I find all of that very, very troubling. But I also find it troubling that your resume is pretty thin for this position. You did serve as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I'm sure there's some international issues that might resonate for. I do serve as the Ranking Democrat on the Interior Spending Committee, so I'm very familiar with those issues. But that's a very small piece internationally. You did serve as a visiting fellow in Resource Development, Energy and Resources Institute in New Delhi.
Your resume is very thin. Lists insanely niche things that this guy has on his resume that qualify him for the position. What are you high on? Where can I get it?
Research fellow at the Hoover Institute on Energy. But I believe, and I'll just ask it plainly in case I'm mistaken, you have not served for the United States previously on the U.S. mission to the UN. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you.
You don't have enough experience. You need a job to get experience. You need experience to get a job.
And I believe you have not served in an international organization. Is that correct?
Senator, thank you for that question. As I referred to in my opening remarks, I was an official research assistant on several of Professor Juma's at Harvard's international organization related things related to sustainable development goals.
Yes, you wrote and you thought about some of these things, but you did not serve.
You were in New Delhi. Also, do you have any international experience? I'm going to shoot myself. I'm going to put a bullet in my brain.
Serve in a staff capacity on an international organization.
Senator, thank you for that.
Oh my gosh. You need oh my gosh. It's literally you need experience to get a job. You need a job to get experience. He's actually doing that in real time.
Question, that is correct.
Maybe if you just eat less avocado toast and get a job in the next administration. So true.
Okay. And have you served in any position in a diplomatic role with the State Department?
Senator, I have not, although of course I had.
Is it a procedural thing or a tick of his? I don't think it's either. I think it's part stall and part he knows he's the most controversial nominee in the administration has put up, so he needs to be perfect.
Any opportunities to do track 2 diplomacy while working with Secretary Schultz.
And do you have a background or expertise, and I know you have some in energy, in nuclear nonproliferation?
This guy was almost the vice president. This guy right here was almost vice president. That is Tim Kaine.
Senator, I've actually written a book about nuclear power that does go into some of these issues, and I'm fairly familiar with non-proliferation issues, although certainly would not call myself an expert.
Yeah. And I'm familiar with your distributed power in the U.S. Book, but that is very different from the nuclear nonproliferation issue. Which role is most important? The U.S. ambassador to the U.S. mission, the U.S. permanent representative to the UN, or the U.S. representative to the General Assembly?
I believe it would be the U.S. Permanent representative to the UN would be the most important.
Why is that?
I believe, and Senator, I may be incorrect on this, that it's simply the highest ranking of those positions.
That is the role to the Security Council rather than to the UN as a whole. The U.S. is a member of IAEA and IOM and ICAO and FOA and ITU. Which do you think the U.S. should be committed to funding in 2026?
Senator, I can simply tell you I've not been party, obviously, to the funding or defunding decisions, although thank you for your question. I think that it has been the general public statements of the Secretary and others in the administration that standards bodies of all types are particularly important, and I would expect that we would be looking to largely continue to participate in most all standards bodies, but I have not been part of those deliberations, obviously, as a private citizen.
So the administration has publicly committed to funding 3 of those 5. Why those 3 and not the other 2?
Senator, thank you for that question. And
this is like legitimate, just job interview stuff, but you know, it shows his prep. He did his prep.
I simply, as a private citizen, I don't have insight as to why they have chosen to fund, other than.
This is also great job interview advice in general. If you're ever interviewing for a job, if you don't know something, have a explanation for why you don't know it ready. Right? His explanation is these are government things. I'm not in government right now. I'm a private citizen.
As the generality that if we felt missions were duplicative, if we felt that U.S.
Here's the possible reasons why this might have been decided.
Interests were not
Yes, Cory Booker throws a fit in this
being
one. Yes.
Looked after, or if we felt that they were being run contrary to U.S. interests, that we did not want to participate in those organizations.
Are you familiar with which of the 3 of the 5 they actually committed to funding?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, Senator?
Are you familiar with which of the 3 of the 5 that they were committed to funding?
Senator, I would assume that we have continued to fund the IAEA, and beyond that, I'm not familiar.
Okay. My time is up, so I'll yield back. It is a very, very complex assembly of organizations at the UN, and recently we withdrew from 66 of organizations, 35 non-UN and 31 UN. The last
Bro, Tim Kaine, what the fuck are you doing? Yo, peep Tim Kaine in the corner. Peep Tim Kaine in the corner here, guys.
35 non-UN and 31 UN.
What is that face, dude? What are you doing?
and the lack of your previous experience kind of in that thicket of international connections and lack of experience in some of the key subject matters addressed does concern me, as well as your previous comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This man got rickets. Here we go. Murphy.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for appearing here today. Mr. Carl, I think it's just heartbreaking that you have been nominated for this position and that you've reached a panel before the United States Senate. But I do want to give you a chance to go a little bit deeper in your explanations of your personal beliefs. They are directly relevant to your fitness to serve. You already have had some of your statements read to you, but I'd like you to respond to at least a few of them. One of the things you have said is that anti-white discrimination is the most pervasive and politically salient form of racism today. So do you continue to believe that anti-white discrimination is more salient than the discrimination faced today by blacks, Latinos, Muslims?
Notice how they all dropped Latinx?
Or other American groups?
Well, Senator, thank you for that question. And thank you also for giving me an opportunity to speak at a little bit of length. I haven't necessarily had much opportunity to respond.
I'm going to have at least one more question for you, so I'll give you a minute or two to respond.
Yes. So thanks to the great work of my friend Harmeet Dillon as the Assistant Attorney General of Civil Rights, I actually think that we've done an incredible job in this administration of getting rid of certain policies that discriminate particularly.
So this answer is designed to get senators like Senator Curtis, who are on the fence to like him. And it's very well designed. That he's on the team of the Trump administration, the people they like. They already confirmed Harmeet Dillon. They already like her. So he's going to say, I'm friends with this one who you like, and we've done good because of her. So this answer is actually targeted, although he's answering a Democrat, it is targeted at Republicans.
Against white Americans, but also in some cases Asian Americans. Well, just maybe answer my question. Let's rewind. Because maybe you'll suggest that everything is fine now. Let's rewind a year ago. A year ago, were white Americans the most discriminated against group in the United States? You said it. So
Yeah.
just,
Senator, no, certainly this is my belief. I'm not running away from that. I think that while, of course, all races in different contexts can be subject to really severe discrimination, that when we look at our legal structures, white Americans are often very disfavored in overt ways. We're seeing this in the Small Business Administration, many other places.
So your belief is that white Americans face more discrimination, at least prior to the Trump administration fixing this, than black Americans?
On average, Senator, yes, that's correct, and I'm not running away from that statement at all.
Based. That's our guy.
You have made several statements about your worry regarding the erasure of white culture.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Murphy posted this one as if it was a win for him. And this is the specific reason I watched this hearing after we watched the Rubio speech. All right? We watched the Rubio speech before this specifically for this exact question from Murphy.
In America. I understand Irish American culture. I understand Italian American culture. I maybe don't understand white culture as well. Tell me the values, the white values that you believed are being erased by the current American government or prior American governments.
Senator, thank you for that question. I would say that it's not, I didn't use the word values, I used the word culture. I think that anytime you have...
I should clarify that. It's not that Christianity... I should clarify that in case somebody pulls it out of context. It's not I'm not saying Christianity is white. I'm saying specifically white Christianity, white European Christian practice. Western Christianity, which is, European Christianity, is being erased.
Large degrees of mass immigration, you're going to have a change in culture, especially if they're coming from culturally dissimilar backgrounds. And no matter what group it is, if it were in China, it would be the same thing. If it were in New York, that anytime you have
governments.
Senator, thank you for that question. I would say that it's not, I didn't use the word values, I used the word culture. I think that anytime you have large degrees of mass immigration, you're going to have a change in culture, especially if they're coming from culturally dissimilar backgrounds. And no matter what group it is, if it were in China, it would be the same thing. If it were in New Guinea, it would be the same thing.
Yeah, but tell me about what that means. I mean, culture is values, right? It's expressions of identity. Tell me what is being erased. I mean, give me some examples of what you believe are being erased about white identity. What is white identity to you?
Well, Senator, thank you for that.
Architecture, music, high trust society. How's that? Are those good? Those are good.
Tell me how it's different than other identities.
Senator, I think the question of identity is something that lots of scholars
I get you. You can do a sermon on identity, but just tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Senator, it would thank you again for the question, and genuinely thank you for finally letting me have a chance to explain some of my comments a little bit. But I would say that, they could be things like going to a certain type of Christian church and that sort of culture, which is very different. I mean, you can all be Christians, right, in a certain environment, but African-American Christians might worship differently than Chinese Christians that might.
What? No way. It's almost like the Catholic Church, and I'm not saying you have to be Catholic to recognize this, but I'm saying, because I know most of you are Catholic, it's almost like we have different rights.
Worship differently than white Christians?
No, he's Calvinist.
Christians, of course, sometimes you have multi-ethnic churches, but things like that, certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history.
Like what?
Let me think about this. Senator, I would say if you were to look at
you got to figure out how to answer this without pissing off even the Republicans.
Book by one of
not getting into a fight at the airport.
Your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that. That would be one example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and those are in many ways more.
But you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me
This is why I specifically went on the tangent. Do you remember during the Rubio speech where I specifically went on a tangent and was like, "Hey guys, when people say white, they mean European." It's like an obfuscation. You remember that? Do you remember that? I know it was like 2 hours ago.
Values that stitch together white identity and that make it different than black identity.
Senator, again, thank you.
Bro, you can't. Okay, tell me what's different about black identity.
You spent a lot of time talking about this and writing about this.
Yeah, no.
You're struggling with this.
He's not. He's struggling to phrase it in a way that isn't going to get him lynched.
But you should be fairly easily, I would assume, able to tell us your thoughts on how white identity is different than other kinds of identity and how it's being erased.
All right, we don't need to listen to Murphy get pissy about him, and we don't need to listen to Tim Kaine do the exact same thing. All right.
And Jewish or myself, I believe.
Erase on the.
Here we go. Here's
Cory
Cory Booker.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Big ally. Thank you.
Senator Booker.
Senator Booker.
Mr. Carl, I never thought I would have somebody that made a lot of the statements that you've made before the United States Senate, and I would love to discuss some of your comments. You're going to be working with international organizations. Do you think one race is superior than another race on the planet Earth?
Senator, absolutely not.
You don't. So Do you think that America would be weaker if it was, say, 40% Jewish?
Senator, absolutely not in and of itself. I think the problem.
Well, why did you qualify that?
No,
What do you
Senator,
mean
if
in
you'd
and
let
of
me
itself?
finish, I do not. I believe that unity, as President Trump has said, rather than diversity, is a greater strength.
So, do you believe that it would be weaker in of itself? No. Right? It would just be different. That's his whole argument. That's all of our whole argument. It's not that it would be worse. It's not that it would be weaker. It's that it would be different. And we want it to not be different because it's the way it is right now is it represents us. We don't want it to be different.
But why not simply say it doesn't matter what percentage of our population is Jewish?
It's, Senator, it certainly doesn't.
Also, this is Booker. I mean, Booker is like, Booker, gosh, sometimes he's good at this, right? He knows to use the word Jewish to scare Republicans. He knows not to use black. He knows not to use Latino. He knows not to use any other race, Indian, whatever. He knows to use Jewish specifically to scare Republicans.
Matter.
It doesn't matter.
Senator, if I could finish, as somebody of Jewish origin myself, and I do want to take this moment to say, because there have been some comments made, one of my weaknesses, and we've discussed some that you may think in general are weaknesses, is sometimes I take an idea too far. And I made some comments in interviews about minimizing the effect of the Holocaust that were absolutely wrong. And I'm not going to sit here and defend them here. I just want to be very, very clear on that point. Again, had I been in Germany in that time, even though I'm a sixth-generation American, but had I not, I would have been killed just like anybody else.
You don't think it would be worse just look at Zimbabwe and South Africa and the rest of Africa? Yeah, I mean, it's really complicated. It would be, the point he's making is that it is possible for it to not be terrible. That's the implied point.
I've heard
it's theoretically possible for it to not be terrible.
I've heard you say that you regret some of your comments about Jews.
Absolutely.
Do you regret any other comments about any other races?
Senator, you would have to reference a certain comment, but I'm certainly not a perfect person, and I'm sure that I've made.
You regret.
Yeah, the line does look weak. Also, he's not perfect.
Any of your comments about Latino Americans?
Senator, I'm sure that if you read me every single comment I'd made about a group, there would be some that, upon consideration.
So you stipulate for this body that you have in your past made comments about Jews and Latinos and perhaps blacks that you perhaps regret.
Senator,
it's a confirmation hearing for the United States government. That's why I said it that way. You have to give them something. He has to get Curtis. You guys realize that he has to get one of either Curtis, Murkowski, or Collins. Right? He has to get one of those three, which means he's going to have to reel something in.
Thank you for the question. As a Calvinist who believes that we're all infinitely sinful and only redeemed through grace.
See, sir, we're sending you into a very diverse world.
Yeah.
And you can't say unequivocally that America, it doesn't matter what our racial makeup is. You believe it matters what the racial makeup of America is.
Senator.
Do you believe it matters, yes or no, what the racial makeup of America is?
Yes.
Senator, to echo President Trump, I believe
I don't want you
unity
to
rather
echo
than diversity.
President Trump. I want you to answer my question, yes or no. Does it matter what the racial
Same,
makeup
Rivka.
of America
Actually,
is?
I'm giving
Senator,
yeah,
I'll stand on my comment. Thank you.
What's your comment? Answer the question, yes or no.
Echoing President Trump, I believe unity rather than diversity is a strength.
That's a yes. That's a yes designed specifically to not piss off Republicans. Don't not support him because he's Calvinist. You got to support our guys when we can.
So you have a problem if America grew to be more Latinos than white people?
Senator, the individual group is not important. This is a
Then
cross-societal.
what do you mean when you say that you believe in the Great Replacement theory?
Senator, thank you for that question. This refers to the intentional demographic replacement of Europeans in Europe. It was invented by Renaud Camus, who was a French scholar.
You think there's an active effort to, quote unquote, replace Americans right now?
Senator, I think the Democratic Party, through its immigration policies, has certainly shown signs of that.
And I don't understand that. So you are saying that if more Americans are Black or Latino Americans, that somehow weakens America because it puts whites in a minority?
Senator, I never said anything like that, nor do I actually believe that. I want to be very clear that regardless of country, if people generally share more in common, that's a strength.
Can I read you what you've said? Because it sounds like this. You said the great replacement is real, and they are going to try to make you pay for it. Who is they?
Who is
Senator,
they, though?
thank you for that question. I simply don't know from you reading that one isolated comment.
So this is the problem. You make the most incendiary comments that you admit that you regret.
That's not the most. I could make a way more incendiary comment. I could watch this. Watch this. Watch me make a more incendiary comment than that. The great replacement is real, and the Democrat Party is going to attempt to replace white people because they don't want a European society. They want a liberal society based on leftist satanic values. And they know that the people who will put up the most resistance to that are European Christians. I don't want to be replaced. I want to be the majority in America, and I'm not going to back down from it.
About Jews, about Latinos, about blacks. And you sit here and say that you do not have a worldview, that somehow our country is weakened
literally you
based
Booker.
upon
Who's they?
the populations
I'm looking at
of
you.
each. In fact, you say in your writings that it is a threat to the United States of America and create an us versus them. And the only interpretation I can have of us versus them is it's white people against others, which sounds deeply racist to me.
Literally, a Democrat from Texas said that this week. A Democrat from Texas this week said it was Latinos, blacks, and Asians versus Americans.
That somehow you think our country's greatness depends upon its ethnic diversity, as long as white people have more numbers than others. That does not sound like a nation that was founded with the belief that all people are created equal.
Created equal does not mean that you are equal in practice in every single thing ever. It also doesn't mean that everyone, a completely diverse society would work perfectly all the time.
And equal before the eyes of God. It sounds like you have a racial hierarchy. There's no way for me to read this in any other way.
Senator,
if you say there's a difference that's the same as a hierarchy is an admission. That means you think there's a hierarchy. I didn't say that. I just said there's a difference, and you're assigning value. All I'm saying is there is a difference, and I think all people can be redeemed and form societies that are in the eyes of God good. But I want my society that my forefathers founded to be mine, and to be my children's, and to look like me, and to look like my children, and to inherit those things from me through them.
Our country based upon religious diversity, based upon ethnic diversity, based upon racial diversity. You have indicated that somehow those make America weaker or stronger. That God forbid
nothing is morally neutral.
Our nation grows in population, that then you suddenly say, I'm aggrieved, and they are trying to replace us. This is the United States of America.
That's literally what he just said. He literally just said that it's more united when we have more in common.
We are one nation under God, but
what is a nation, Corey? Define nation.
You cut us up and divide us along racial lines.
Senator, respectfully, I do not think that they do.
You cannot use the word respectfully, because you do not respect me.
Oh,
you
no,
look
actually, I
upon
do.
me as my color of my skin. You say holidays like Juneteenth are racial hustles. Don't come
They
here
are.
and hustle me. You have said statements that other nations are going to look upon you and read plainly. When you go to a country of a different religion or ethnicity, you have discriminated against Jews in your writing, you have discriminated against others, and then you claim yourself as a victim. Mr. Chairman, I've never seen such a blatantly racist individual who doesn't even deny that he's made.
You've never seen such a blatantly racist individual? Bro, what? Marta Klein, thank you so much for subscribing. You've never seen such a blatantly racist individual? Have you not been on the internet? Bro, I could find somebody 10 times more racist than Jeremy Carl on the internet in 30 seconds.
These statements, but wants to tell us that he regrets them and yet still believes that this body, who is committed to principles of equality, who is committed to ideals of our founders, that you're not in direct violation to the ideals and values and principles. And the last thing I want to say.
Here's the other thing. Cory Booker is more racist than Jeremy Carl. I'm standing on business about that one, right? Jeremy Carl is just like, hey, all races are created in the image of God, but I would like it if our country was cool and it looked like us. And Cory Booker's like, hey, fuck white people. I mean, that's definitionally Cory Booker is more Cory Booker doesn't own a mirror.
I watched people beat others when they attacked the Capitol viciously.
Bro, January 6th for no reason. No reason. No fucking reason. Just January 6th. Out. He just is like, dude, I'm angry. I need another thing to be angry about to consume time. Let me reach in my asshole and pull January 6th out. January 6th, anybody? I pulled it out of my asshole for no more reason. No, don't do that. Don't chat. No. Chat. Don't do it. Don't do it. I will get the stream will get suspended. I will get in trouble.
Attack police officers. Brian Sicknick, a New Jersey resident, was beaten near death and would die days later.
No, he wasn't.
You say those violent felons, you literally have said that they were treated worse than people during Jim Crow. When thousands of
Jim Crow.
Americans were lynched.
Oh, he did say that. Never mind. There's a reason Cory Booker's bringing this up. He said Jeremy Carl said the January 6ers were treated worse than black people during Jim Crow. He did say that. I forgot he said that. Oh, I forgot he said that. It's so funny. It's true, but it's also funny that he just ripped it. He was just like, he just ripped that. I mean, it's totally true, but it's a great, he's just like ripping it. He's just like, it's true, but also just like, bro, you just are ripping these, huh? Not good politicking, that statement. No, it's not good politicking. It's so funny.
Murdered, beaten, and killed. You equate Capitol Hill rioters with receiving worse treatment than Americans during Jim Crow, which even some of the worst people,
God forbid a white boy get a little motion,
who participated in that violence and beatings have come forward decades later and said, I was wrong. It is shameful that when this body ran for its life, when they had gallows for the vice president put outside, when they tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power, that you would equate those people to the folks that were victimized and terrorized by white nationalist organizations like the KKK. Sir, you have no decency. You have no honor. You say inflammatory things because...
I don't think he's allowed to say that, actually. I think that's a violation of the rules of the Senate to say he has no decency and honor. I think that's considered a personal attack.
It thinks it will ingratiate you to those who are paying your salary. And you sit here before me and try to wrap yourself in the American flag? Well, I believe in this nation. I believe in the principles. I believe in those who fought and died for our country. You disgrace that legacy and the ideals that we all swear an oath to uphold. That does not believe in...
Swear an oath to underhand? Freudian slip. Methinks my man had a little slip. Let me do a little beatboxing. No, I'm just kidding.
One nation for one people and another people. Dear God, I pray for us if we let somebody like you represent us to the diverse nations of the world as representing the values of our country.
Senator,
Mr.
I
Chairman,
absolutely
yield.
deplore Jim Crow, but I do not agree with the characterization that you have done of my views.
The record will remain open.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. And it is midnight, so we are not going to get to anything else tonight. Unless I open Twitter and there has been a 9/11. Unless somebody did another 9/11, we're not going to be doing anything else tonight. Please no more 9/11s. I really hope nobody did a 9/11. All right, we're good. Definitely nothing happened while we were live. Everyone have a great weekend. Be good. I have to wash my hair tonight because there's so much product in it. So everyone be well. Nobody do anything stupid. Say your prayers. And God loves you. Good night. It's a 5-hour stream. Holy cow.